Hello, hello. Hi, Lively. How are you? Welcome, welcome. We have a big day, the big final day of trial, verdict, and so on and so forth for Sarah Boone today. I'm really excited to finish up with Sarah Boone because there's so much stuff going on. I turned my mic up a little bit. I hope that's better than last time. I think I was really quiet. Uh, but so I turned my mic up a little bit. Hopefully that is good. We're gonna let me just take this. Let me just take this out. How is everyone? It's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. I hope you all are. Hi Ash. What are you doing? Hi, sweetie. Oh, he gave me a wine. He loves me. He loves me so much. Look at him. I give him structure, discipline. So we have the sorry, there was a doggy. We have the last day of Sarah Boone trial happening, which I'm really excited for. We have the verdict, which happened fairly quickly. We'll get into that as that happens. So we're finishing up day 5, and then we just go into day 6, which is basically just a couple more pieces of evidence. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I need them because if I don't have them, my head will just feel like it's exploding, which they're awesome. The last day is very slow when it comes to sort of big bolsterous things that happen in court. It's basically just them solidifying all of the jury instructions. We'll probably go over a little bit of the jury instructions being read, which is called charging the jury. So the court will charge the jury. We'll listen to closing arguments, which we might have to do a little skippity forward if it gets to the point where it's like, what are you trying to say? I'm worried about closing arguments with the defense because I feel like they're going to really try to push the battered spouse. She's in defense mode, which I do not think is going to play well at all to a jury that has seen her, that has seen her videos of making fun and not assisting someone while they are begging for air. So I don't think it's going to go well for the jury, but we'll see what happens. And then we will get to a very I've seen quicker verdicts, but an hour is pretty much as fast as it goes, which can be good or bad. So let's finish up day 5, and we shall see what happens. We've been going through, so the previous parts of day 5 has just been a lot of the prosecution showing body cam footage of how Sarah Boone was acting in previous instances when the police were called to her residence. We saw a lot of everything. All of the emotions, everything that she could have emoted, she did. She gave fear, she gave sadness, she gave joy, she gave definitely a lot of Duper's Delight vibes. It was very much like, I'm getting away with this. Oh no, I'm smiling too big. No, I'm sad again. Can I have a hug? And then forceful handshakes. There was never anything consistent when it came to how Sarah Boone was physically reacting when police were at her house due to a domestic violence call. It was a little odd, for sure. It was a little odd, but also we have to take into account that there was a lot of alcohol involved with her as well. So let's get into day 5 where we left off, right where we left off. We only have a little bit left. And let's see what happens.
078009. First item is a PDF of photographs.
photographs in trials like this are really hard to see. They're really hard to get a good idea of what it actually looks like, because we're watching this through a camera that's recording a screen that is showing like a scanned version of the picture onto someone's computer. So it's like we're getting the lowest of low quality, which sucks. I hate that, but we can suppose that something was marked on her arm, some bruises, some scratches or something. We're getting some sort of indication of bruising coming through. This is a terrible photo. I don't know who took this photo. They couldn't have even like re-inverted the picture of Sarah Boone upside down. I mean,
Second item is the single video starting with Axon.
the prosecution definitely did not try as hard as they could have to be really, really good. Like they haven't done a lot of things that make them look really, really, really good at their jobs, but the defense has done a lot of things that make the prosecution look really good at their job. So the prosecution did not have to work, in my opinion, as hard when it came to the actual trial. Sort of like getting the things done, having witness, like they didn't have to work too hard during trial, because the defense was going to do a good enough job on their own making the prosecution look good. So like the defense was just not cutting it. Not cutting it.
Oh, I have been here.
Yeah, I thought you looked familiar.
Because the last time I was here, you guys had a fight at the bar. And you
No.
home at five.
No, we
Or
haven't.
he came home from a bar. Someone came home from a bar. Hey, who's that? Jorge, George?
Yeah, what's up with Juan? Is she there? She's dead.
Can you just get that?
So we did just hear Jorge refer to himself as Jorge. And then the cop said, Jorge George. And he said, yeah. So I think he really did just go by either one. I don't know. I just feel like Jorge is a more respectful way of speaking about him, if that is like his given name and he went by both. Like I feel like, I don't know.
No problem.
What's going on, Ty?
You didn't think I'd call. Go, sis.
Okay, come on, George. Off couch.
No, they're not staying on there.
Okay. I know you think this is no.
That's so fair.
No.
That is really fair. He probably did just get so tired of correcting people.
Yeah, it's only being punch you in the neck. Told you I will not hesitate. That's okay.
Are there no lights they could turn on in this home? Why are they standing in the dark?
Oh, he's nice enough to I just figured your shoes from last time. Ma'am, you want to get ready for me?
Wait, no, why are they in the dark? Like, isn't it as like a safety thing to like turn the lights on also so you can see what's going on in the house? This is a little strange activity from the police officers, unless they just assume knowing where they're going that it's like they're just basically their time is just basically being wasted.
Do you have a wallet you want to bring with you or a cell phone? All right. Sarah, are you serious? Sarah, are you serious?
Punch me in the neck again.
Sarah, are you serious?
Am I allowed to put my door shut off? Yeah, you can. I'll be right back with you.
Well, we're gonna go talk down here. Okay. Can you grab the paperwork?
Yeah.
We're gonna sit right there and punch up. And then you guys go. Don't go nowhere, all right?
You sure you don't want me to watch him?
You can, huh? That'll work too.
She's the one that hit me, and I'm the one just like her.
Well, let's just get down to the bottom of it, okay?
George, I want to talk to you. I want to ask some questions. I have your handcuffs, so I've got to read you something real quick, okay? Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in a court as evidence against you. You are entitled to talk to an attorney now, have him present now, or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, will be appointed for you without cost. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you?
Yes.
Okay. At any point hereafter, you wish to remain silent, have an attorney present, all questioning will stop. Do you understand that? So even if you want to talk to me at first and you change your mind, just let me know. Okay? Alright. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, or promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Have I promised you anything? Have I bribed you? Have I said, hey, if you tell me, give me a statement? Has any of that happened? No. Okay. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? All right. So, what were you two fighting about tonight?
We weren't fighting at all.
Okay. Were you fighting? I'm gonna take out enough for that.
Okay, I have a thought. I have a thought. So this is not the first time Jorge has been arrested or even just handcuffed and detained on the site of a like domestic situation. Cops have been out. They walked into Sarah Boone's house and they're like, "Oh, we know you. We're back again. Again, 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 again." How many times does it take for someone to get arrested? Like, if okay, how many times does it take if someone continues to get arrested for domestic violence disputes? If there is determined to be like physical violence and he is the aggressor, how many times does it take before he like can't go anywhere again. You know, like how many times? Because they walked in and they have seen Sarah Boone and George sitting there and they're drunk, obviously. They're drunk. What is happening in Florida where he can just continue to just get arrested, get released, go back and do it all again, allegedly. Allegedly, because I don't think it was always all him. I said on the last stream, it's definitely, in my opinion, like a 50-50 situation. I don't think there was ever always one aggressor in their situations. Oh, the internet's not happy. But I just don't understand. Like, you've gotten to the point where you recognize the house, you know the people's names, they're used to the routine. Had she been arrested before? I don't think she's been arrested before. I don't think she had been arrested for any like domestic disputes between her and George. There was hints and conversation in day 5 and I think in some day 4 that there was some instances between her and her ex-husband that she, in those instances, was the aggressor. There was one, I can't remember which one. This is why I take notes. I haven't taken notes the past couple days. This is why I take notes. There was one of the, I think it was the psychologist. I don't think it, I'm not sure if it was the psychologist or the psychiatrist who made mention that her previous anxieties were caused by a traumatic event. But there were notes that her PTSD was not caused by traumatic events that occurred in the relationship with her and Jorge. So that that it occurred in her previous relationship or relationships. Now, she was in a relationship with her ex-husband for a long time, to the point where they got married, they have a child, and she made a note that it did not happen. I don't know how she would be able to know, because Sarah Boone is a liar in so many ways, that the traumatic events that led to her having PTSD and battered spouse syndrome happened before George, but were just, she was like experiencing it with George. It's all so strange. There's so many things in this that just don't make sense or add up to me, and I blame the defense. I blame the defense. But yeah, so that's what I think. I don't think she's been arrested before. I think that she has hospital records. I think that she might have she has like police and court documents for restraining orders, like two no contact orders between her and George, but I don't think she has like arrest records.
But,
Other than the murder, of course.
I'll take the statement and get the statement done.
Oh, with him?
Huh?
For him?
No, for her.
Oh,
That way you can fill this out while you're trying to follow with him.
Sarah.
I'll get her information from her.
okay.
Okay, listen. Why are you so angry? What up? Okay, can you explain the bruises she has? Let's look up and go.
Sorry, I don't want to keep interrupting, but I just need to say that this trial is the very one instance where it's sort of like the argument of, obviously, believe all women when they come forward and say, this happened, so and so did this, they did all these bad things to me, I was assaulted, I was this, I was that. Obviously, believe all women is my view, but this is unfortunately such a strong argument to raise questions to a lot of people, and a lot of people can take that in like a really bad way, like, oh, no, you're not going to believe all women. No, I will believe all women, but I will also start asking more questions, more targeted questions to both parties as well, because you have to dig deep. Um, in this situation, it ended up with George being murdered inside of a suitcase, due to a person who is now tried to claim insanity, is now claiming battered person syndrome, but they just walked away and went to bed and left a grown man inside of a suitcase who was begging to be let out. That is not something that just, oh, everything was peachy keen, everything was totally fine, and then that happened. Like, this has so much history. This has so much, like, this has such a very indicative pattern of this is going to end badly for someone, and it just so happened that the people whose job it was to intervene continually did not ask the right questions. They just asked George. The police asked George, "Can you explain the bruises on Sarah?" But what they are not going to ask him tomorrow, when he now has bruises, because he might just bruise slower than Sarah, can can you explain the bruises on Jorge? Right? So those questions are never going to be asked in this situation, which gives her fodder to continue to call the police when she wants to decide to allegedly be the aggressor and do harm to George as well. Uh, so it sucks. This whole thing sucks.
That's the reason how to do that. Okay, so you did that. Okay, so you did the same, argue, you're elected.
Hey Ronnie, how are you? That is like my favorite emoji. I love it so much.
You did it all the time, but how did you do something to her? So you did, you know, you're going to consent, tell me. You just said it wasn't consent, so if you get hurt, you go to set up, and figure you set up. That's all? Sarah? No, you said that. I know, man, I said before. You're not I think you're fine. Why happen?
Sitting on 22, 20 million, no means an hour ago. Today, 6 complainant, 3028 Riverdale, 3028 Riverdale, an hour ago, via text message to 323.
Sorry about that. Never Sarah, not coming for it. Not welcome down there. You know, but I'm not gonna change things. I know why. Because you have trouble. The battery. And when I try to get the straight story, you don't want to give it to me. I'm sitting this straight with you. You guys can. All right. I've tried. All right. Now that you're going in the back of the car, you want to give me a story. It doesn't work that way. I do nothing but play to you, trying to talk to you, trying to get straight answers. Okay. And you're beating around the bush. I'm not. Yes, ma'am. Do not start kicking and banging on things, okay?
Sarah, what's your phone number? What? What's your phone number? I don't know your phone number. Sarah, what's your phone number?
It's not him asking, it's us.
That just pissed me off. That just pissed me off. He's so Jorge's in the back of the car. He's calling out to Sarah. It sounded like he may have like kicked or shifted maybe like once or twice. His hands are cuffed behind his back. I don't know if you've ever been in the back of a police car, but it's not comfortable. It's not comfortable. There's if you're like like if you can't if you're drunk and you're sliding around, you're probably flailing a little bit, not necessarily not necessarily like trying to cause a scene, but I heard him call out for Sarah like twice, 3 times maybe. And then we heard like a bang, like a bigger bang than like a smaller bang. But that's that was it. And then as they're filling out all this paperwork, the cops start hollering from the car to Sarah, "What's your phone?" Don't you just yelled at him for doing the exact same thing. Get out of the car and go get her phone number. And then to say it's not him, it's us, just get out of the car. Get out of the car and go get the phone number. I'm a little late. How long before February 2020 was this body cam? This was 8/29, my birthday, 2019 at 33 minutes into the day. So it just turned the 29th August. So a couple of months. What's that? 9, 10, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. So like 4 or 5 months. I don't know. I don't know time math. But yeah, so this was late August, 2019. Just get out of the car. Also, it's almost 1 a.m. Stop. You stop hollering. You should also stop hollering, because you are surrounded by people who are sleeping. Um, ooh, yay. It's always a risk, to be fair, right? It's always a risk.
You said, hey, what? Thank you.
Okay, I just skedaddled through it just because
Fifth folder, OCSO 19-0.
I don't know why that little segment needed to come in. I feel like they could have edited it down, and everyone would have been fine with leaving out the paperwork nonsense. Because we know they filled out the paperwork. They're going to fill out the paperwork. That I feel like this was just a little bit of a wasting jury's time and continuing to push anything that they needed to do for the rest of the day 5 onto the next day. That really wasn't necessary to make any sort of point, in my opinion.
First file is a PDF starting 48-2/2019.
More pictures of bruises that are crooked and sideways and out of focus. Got like was that Sarah? Yes. Hold. That's Sarah. She's got a messed up ear. It looks like a little cut on her cheek. It looks like these pictures are terrible. They're terrible. Um, is this like a mark on her eye? It just looks like a little bit of acne down there, so that's fine. Little bumps on the forehead, cause same. This might be a mark. Could be blood from the ear. Could be blood from the ear if she was wiping. Right. This does look like a little bit of mark or just a shadow. Um, let's see. She looks murderous, Raylene. Damn. Damn. I mean, she looks dirty there, but it was dark and she didn't have any shoes on and she looks like she's been running around, but I feel like that's just kind of her vibe.
It's not technically an emergency, just, you guys have been there so many times before.
That right there. I'm feeling strong today. um, I, I want to just say, I think she thinks she is such a good actress. This is giving, I am so good at lying. I am an actress. I am um I am ready to perform. I have done my vocal warm-ups. I have done my stretches and we're ready to just get the show on the road. So I am calling 911. It's giving that vibe. Um um Yes, I need to catch up on all of that. I had a big video to edit, so I was like up until I couldn't stand anymore. Um, but I will be catching up on that later today for sure. And keep sending me all the videos. I think I sent you one video that I need to finish watching, which I started, and then you sent me another one, and then I think I saw another one. I don't know if it was like news talking about it or something like that, but yeah, people are talking about it and it's a big thing. It's a big thing. Um, it is an absolutely big thing and it does not account for all of the missing people, which I'm digging into. Yeah, there's there's stuff happening for sure in Binghamton, and it does not make sense. I love that they caught somebody. Is it the right somebody? Is it the somebody? Are there two somebodies? Um, we've all seen way too many. We've all seen way too many true crime documentaries, and we've also um, seen way too many movies. But just to make sure, the 911 call starts with, it's not really an emergency, and you guys have been out here so many times before. Is it an emergency, Sarah? Are you having an emergency? Are you having a crisis where you need to have police assist you in removing your aggressor from your home right now actively? Is this an emergency? Sarah, Boone, you are calling 911. Quit the act. What's going on?
I'm not there, but I'm just trying to go home. What is the address? 4748 France Court. What was the street name? France Court? France. F as in Frank, RANTZ as in zebra. Oh, is it France? I don't know if it's there or not. I'm sorry? Ma'am, is it France Lane? I'm guessing so. It's France Court, but it always comes under France Lane. Okay, what exactly is going on? I would like to go home, but I can't go home because he's there. Okay, do you have some sort of restraining order against him, or? He has a no contact. Is there an apartment number? 3. 1 second. I'm at my former husband's house right now because I can't go home. I don't even know if he's there or not.
You called the police saying that he was there and you can't go home, but then you say you don't know if he's even there or not. So which is it? We we if you don't know if he's there, then why can't you go home? Do you have cameras set up? Like I want to know how you know he's there, but also at the same time you don't know if he's there or not.
He was there earlier, but I can't go home.
Okay, so do you want us to do a standby with you?
What do you mean?
Like, escort you to the residence, or that, I'm not understanding what you would like?
If I could please, can you guys go over there and just see if he's there? Pretty sure he locked me out earlier, so I think he's probably there still. I'm not going over there with him.
Listen to those words. I'm pretty sure he locked me out. Did she say that? Did she say I'm pretty sure he locked me out earlier. So I think he's probably there still. There's no there, there's a lot of maybe happening. There's a lot of maybe. And I get if there actually is fear. But then when they offer her, do you want us to escort you back to your house because you have a no contact order with the person and that person is potentially at your home and that's a dangerous situation? Her brain was churning and she forgot that 911 calls were recorded in that very moment. She forgot. Her brain was churning. Ooh, that's a really good way to get him arrested again because I know he's there, but I'm making it seem like I'm just scared for my life right now. But I know he's there because I left and he was there and he doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a ride. I took all his money. He doesn't have an ID. I know he's there. And a really great way to get him arrested is if I show up with the police and I have backup, right? She was cooking, like her brain was cooking in that very moment. All while, why is he there? Do we know why he was even there in the first place? Why he showed up? Did she tell him to? Did she say, "Hey, I'm making breakfast. Come get some breakfast. Hey, I know you're hurting right now. Why don't you come over even though I have a no contact order against you?" Uh this is all alleged. This is all assumptions, but why was he there? Why did he have the opportunity to lock you out, push you out of your house with a no contact order and you're now just calling the police? Would you not have called the police earlier when you were kicked out of your own home by the person you have a no contact order against, saying, "This is an emergency, 911, 911. The person I have a no contact order against kicked me out of my house and locked me out, and I need police here ASAP because this is wrong. I'm at my former husband's house. Free cab ride over to my house with backup." It's get
I'm not.
Okay, does he live there?
No.
but yes.
Okay, so how is he inside the residence then?
He has a key that he took.
Okay, so is he breaking into the apartment?
He's not breaking, he's already in the apartment.
He doesn't live there. He has a key that he took. He has a key that he took, but he's not breaking in. I have a no contact order. He's not supposed to be near me, but he's not breaking in. He's already in.
As far as I know, I don't know, like, if he's there or not. He knows where I had my key.
Okay, what we could do is we can meet you a block away from the residence and go with you to the residence.
I don't know. I tried calling him to ask him to leave if he's not already. So I have my 8-year-old that I'm trying to watch out for right now. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing. I just want to go home.
Okay, if you want to go home and you're not sure if he's there or not, we can meet you when you're about 5 minutes to a block away and go with you to make sure.
Sorry, the internet. I'm just waiting for the internet to clear up. 1 second.
Make sure he's not there.
Okay, well, okay, I'm about to be honest with you, kicked out of my apartment because you guys get called so often, and like the brigade comes and this, that, and everything, and like the neighbors complaining about everything. I'm trying to avoid that. I just want to go home.
Okay, regardless, the deputies are going to go to the apartment, whether it's with you, what I'm suggesting you do, or it's what you want. Want to do, just have them go to the apartment. So regardless, people are going to see that there's deputies going to that address.
Okay, so when I called you guys like a couple of days ago, and they didn't make like, not a ruckus, but like they made it like incognito, which is what I need, because I'm going to get kicked out of my place.
Okay, when we do a standby, ma'am, all we're going to do is accompany you to the address, and the deputy can make sure that he is not there, and then they will leave. If that's all that's going on in this situation right now that you're calling for, it's not going to be like a big deal.
And what happens when he is there?
If he is there and you don't want him there, you can have him trespass. They're going to make sure he can leave. I mean, if he does not live there, like you're saying, if he should not be in there, you can trespass him. You already have a no contact order with him. They will remove him.
Okay, well, there was an altercation earlier, and I'll be honest with you, there was an altercation earlier. So, that's when he came in, their altercation happened. So, that's when I left. I fled. Barefoot. Now I'm at my former husband's house.
Okay,
Her story has already changed from the moment that she called 911 so many times. He kicked me out. He locked me out. He knows where I hide my key. Okay, well, step one, if you have a no contact order against someone who knows where you hide your key, I know that it's a very stressful situation. And this is not, in this very small instance, victim blaming. But if you are taking the measures to get a no contact order from a person who knows you intimately and your home and your lifestyle intimately, change up some of those things in your lifestyle. You shouldn't have to. That's fair. Point blank, period. You shouldn't have to. It should be enough for a court to say you legally cannot see this person or be around them or be at their home in any way, shape, or form. You shouldn't have to change anything, right? You shouldn't have to, is very true. But if you don't change anything about your routine and the person you have a no contact order takes advantage of that, you are in danger. So doing those little things like changing where you hide your key, maybe don't hide your key. Those types of things can be really beneficial to you and your safety. Should you have to? Absolutely not. You should be able to trust that the system is going to put their foot down when it comes to the no contact orders. But you also, in turn, have to trust and believe the person that you have the order against to follow the rules. So we, you're at a standstill. So you unfortunately have to take measures to protect yourself. Like, protecting yourself is no, is the first thing you should be doing. If it's your health, your safety, your psyche, um, that's very important. So he should not have known where you still hide your key if you have a no contact order. Any possession that belongs to you should have been handed over. My internet keeps dropping, and I am so sorry. I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know why. Because it's good. Everything is good. Um, you shouldn't have. It's very frustrating. But listening to her story change continuously is wild. Oh, he kicked me out. Well, he has a key. What? Why does he have? Well, he knows where I hide my key. Okay. Um, so is he there? Well, I don't know. He kicked me out and locked me out. Okay, well, I fled. Okay, well, there was an altercation. Okay, do you want us to help you get home? Give us a response to that answer, and then we can go from there. When the person you have a no contact order is arrested, you are inside your home. We can get information. We can fill out a police report. We can take this person down to jail. We can file charges. We can press charges. We can get him where he needs to go. If it is really true that he broke into your house, kicked you out, locked you out, and before all that happened, beat you. So, what are we doing here? Where's the urgency from Sarah Boone?
Would you like the officers to meet you where you're at right now? And if
I don't want to get arrested. I don't, because I fought for myself and I have my 8-year-old and I just want to go home and think of my own self right now. But I did fight back, I'm not going to lie. So.
okay, well, I mean, if you're wanting us to meet with you or go to your house, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. If they're either going to arrest anyone, arrest you, arrest him. That's all up to the deputy and what he concludes from the situation that's going on. So it's right now it's just up to what you want to do right now. If you want to do a standby, we'll accompany you to the residence. I mean,
Yeah.
it's really just what
I know
you want to do.
I know. I have to take my time to school tomorrow. I just.
Or what I can do is I can have the deputy call you about the matter. If you want to speak to a deputy directly, and if you want to do that first before having us respond out there.
Yes, please.
Okay. What's your name?
That's exactly what she wanted. This 911 operator is doing a fantastic job at giving Sarah all of the options. She was doing her job. She gave Sarah the options. She said, we can do this, we can do this. Or, since we're unable to make a decision about any of that, how about I just have a deputy call you directly? Yes. Yes, please. Exactly. Sarah got exactly what she wanted in that very moment because she didn't say yes, please to anything else. She didn't say, yep, I want that to any other option. She went, that was exactly what she wanted. And she got it. So she can speak directly to someone who can make an arrest, who she can woo over, who she can bat her little eyelashes at and say, "Oh, I'm just such a small little girl. I'm so small and he's so mean to me and he beats me and no one's helping me. And I called 911 so much and it took me forever just to get to speak to a real deputy." Like, that's what she's going for, and she got it.
Sarah?
Hold on a second, Sarah.
Thank you for your help. Actually, more ways than one.
And is a good phone number for you, 407-716-8684?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm gonna set up a call for a deputy to call you over the phone, so you can talk to them directly, and see what they say about the situation. And when they call you, it'll be from a blocked or restricted number. So if you get a call like that, just make sure you answer. It's gonna be the deputy, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If anything changes or you decide you just want us to come out and give us a call back, okay?
Yes. And what was your name?
My name's Rachel.
Rachel, thank you so much for your help, and I've got the phone right here on the line.
Okay, perfect. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Publishing the one video in the folder, starting with 1924, from 0 minutes to 20 minutes, and 41:30 to the end.
So this here is September 5th, 2019, at 1:10 a.m. So everything seems to happen around the midnight to 1 a.m. hour.
Yeah, both, please. Tony already. Is there a back door or a sliding door?
Yes.
No. If you go to 10-12, just let us know. Well, thought that was open for a second. Locked. That's all. Yeah, the back's locked. Anyway, you want to call your ex-husband? You have a phone? There's a charger in that.
It's not in the house.
Excuse me?
That's not to say it's not in there, just because the doors are locked.
I don't understand. You think he's inside?
Yes.
Okay, well, we need a key so we can get inside, so he's inside. That's what I'm getting.
And if your phone's gonna die, there's a charger in back on the back side of the porch.
Oh, yeah. no other way of getting in the house. Unfortunately, can you please bring me my security? Yes, please.
Ex-husband to the rescue. Oh man, this is so frustrating. Her looking like, going back to when the two officers are like, okay, well, the back door's locked, the front door's locked. You don't have a key. What do you how do you want us to get in? And her looking stressed felt forced. It felt it felt a little forced in my opinion, like a forced stressfulness. I'm sure it's a stressful situation. Absolutely. I'm not taking that away. But it seemed like she wanted to up it a little bit. Like, if you tried the front door, you tried the back door, the windows are locked, you're not getting in, you don't have a key. You How do you want us to get in? Do you want us to break the door down? We don't You want us to break the door down? Of course she wants you to break the door down. She wants you to be big, strong police officers, break the damn door down and get him out of the house and arrest him because she loves that. This was like a week. We watched body cam footage of a week ago. 8:29 at like 12:30 a.m., right? 0:30. Now it's 9:05, September 5th at 1:14 in the morning. This is happening too often. We're coming out here every Saturday night because y'all just can't get your drinking under control. That's too much. It's too much. This is too much. She's doing too much. They're doing too much.
No way of getting in.
Where'd you live on that?
I'm sorry?
You said that's your ex?
Last night, I got straight. He'll be here in like 2 minutes.
Perfect, thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Is this your, three things here, your ex-boyfriend, is that correct?
This is my place.
Okay.
The boyfriend or ex-boyfriend?
I don't know.
Somebody you dated?
Yes.
Okay. Is he not coming with you?
No. No.
He was arrested last week for bad TV.
You guys actually want to take a picture right here? You can see that.
I would be pissed if I had to wake up at 1 a.m. with a child in my house to bring my ex-wife her house key because her and her new boyfriend are drunk, are alcoholics, and they beat on each other. I would be pissed. I would be furious. Furious.
Also,
Last week.
Yeah, but. That's why I called you. Anything, I was sleeping.
How much did you have to drink tonight?
Really diagnosed.
How much did you have to drink tonight?
Yep. There we go.
And that was what, 4 hours ago?
He doesn't believe a single word you just said, Sarah Boone. Doesn't believe a single word. Let's just go back and listen to how he asked those questions. This police officer's pissed. He's pissed doing this. I'm sure there's bigger and better things. I'll wait until my internet works again. I don't know what's going on. I hate that. Why does the internet hate me? The internet hates me. All right. Let's just go back and just listen to how he asked those questions.
How much did you have to drink tonight?
Really diagnosed.
How much did you have to drink tonight?
2 drinks. And that was what, 4 hours ago?
He said, only God knows. He's like, all right, great. How drunk are you? How drunk are you? Because that's a dumb response. I hate that. Thanks. And his annoyance went from like a 4 to an 8.
Is this part here? Or that, so these two windows right here.
What kind of vehicle does he drive?
But I lost them.
See a little bit of movement on the drive.
If you're driving my dog, she's, I had a divine dog and a French dog.
Oh, okay.
So I have a feeling it's probably text. She's the best one.
Does he have anywhere else to go? Or is this the only place he has?
It's his parents' house.
Where's that at?
80, 30, 15, Baja Boulevard. It's on the street next to where the Christmas tree is. You know what that is?
Oh, gotcha.
Guys, can I say something now?
Sure.
If both doors are locked, it has to be in there.
Why is that? He can't lock it from the outside?
No,
Doesn't he have a key here for you though?
unless he took my spare key, which I'm pretty sure he probably did. He has to be in there. Especially with the back door.
Is the spare key, was the spare
Unless he took my spare key, which I'm pretty sure he probably did. Those words are crazy. Like, that's a definitive, I'm pretty sure he probably, definitely for sure did. 100%, in my opinion. I believe that that's probably what happened. Girl, did he take your key or not? Where's your spare key? Did you look for your spare key? Is your spare this is why I could never be a police officer. I could never ever be a cop. Ever. Do I want to be? No. But I could never be a cop. I could never be a police officer because there's no way in hell this would work on me. I would be like, girl, get your shit together. How about, you know what? Thanks for wasting my time. Handcuffs in the car. I'm breaking this door down and I'm not paying for it. Like, I could never. I would never. It would not work.
spare key in that house?
No, I headed outside because he wants me out all the time.
She locks you out all the time. The person you have a no contact order
If those
for.
doors are locked, we have to be in there. Y'all can have to see, y'all can open the door.
Hey, you're gonna stay outside so we can make sure nobody's inside.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I feel like Judge Bev.
Hang out here.
There's no weapon.
George?
There's no weapon.
Ask for a minute. Ask for a minute.
That's the
Reference building, sir. I know.
County 124, Charlie.
Thanks, sir.
Can we get minimum traffic for a building search?
Everybody make an announcement?
Yep.
You guys don't have to do that.
Yeah, we have a way to do things. Just let's do our thing, okay?
So they pulled out their service weapons, had them ready because they're walking into an unknown situation, as police do. She's currently locked out of her own home. There's technically someone who legally, court ordered to not be there. There is from what this person is telling these police officers. She said about 4 times, "There's no weapons. There's no weapons. There's no weapons." But to be fair, it later on is used. A suitcase is used as a weapon. So, a bat is used as a weapon. There are weapons inside the house. You just have to use the things in the right way. This giving very much, oh my God, please don't hurt him. Even though a week ago you were saying, I want him under the jail. I want him under the jail. Well, okay. You don't what?
Sheriff's office.
What?
You in there? Come on out.
Go there.
Sheriff's office. You in there? Come on out. I got a dog.
George!
Yeah. We have a ton of plants on the right side.
That's when you get that stairwell, just fuck your, go right up, or don't go up, that's when you got up.
George! Please! If you're up there, let us know, because we're coming up anyway.
Good. All right, whenever you're comfortable.
Yeah.
To be fair, the cops have great communication with each other.
Open door right there.
I think that's the kid's bedroom.
Okay. Just get that one phone.
I got it.
Have someone come in and bring you going that way.
Boy! Show your hand. Come on, hands up. George, step out with your hands up.
Put your hands behind your head.
Hey, turn around, face away from me. Turn around. Walk back to me. Walk back, walk back. Just change his name right now. Why did you tell us? Interrupted. Huh? All right,
He complied and he didn't cause, I mean, once they were in the house. He complied. Put your hands up. Okay, they're up. Put your hands behind your back or behind your head. Okay, they're behind the head. Come on out. Like walk slowly. Okay, turn around. He turned around. There was no issue. Put your hands behind your back. Boom, boom. There was no issues there. There was so he. I mean, yes, he probably was drunk, blacked out, passed out, asleep as they're pounding on the door trying to get in, and they had their guns drawn on him, and that's traumatizing. And can cause anyone some PTSD. But he said, "I'm here." He's probably had to go pee as he woke up to people coming into the house. And he probably had to go pee. And then he's like, "I'm here," and he followed all their instructions. So
I didn't hear
what?
it. He was in here sitting in the bathroom. That's what. All right.
And once my child comes off, go back to normal. Hey guys, can I?
Before you go, we're not doing anything right now. All right, we're not even taking out a room. I'm gonna take you out of the bed right here.
Okay.
All right. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What happened today? You got a light in here?
Yeah.
You just gotta pull the thing?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't even know what the hell happened.
There's a reason you're hiding that, so don't act like we're not up here for no reason.
No, I know that.
Okay, so now,
I am a bathroom because we had a discussion and as usual, and I am in the wrong.
okay, why?
I am.
And as usual, I am in the wrong. We had a discussion, and as usual, I am in the wrong. I'm getting like the vibes that this man is like has been brainwashed by Sarah Boone to quite possibly be like egged on, egged on, egged on, poked and prodded, poked and prodded. He reacts, and then she's able to manipulate him into believing that he was in the wrong for like reacting to the egging and the poking and the prodding. And then he doesn't maybe end up with as many bruises, and she ends up with maybe more bruises. Does she do them to herself? Does Jorge do them? Who knows? But he sat down on the bed. Sit down on the bed. Where's the light? Pull the string? Yes. Answer this question. Here's the answer to this question. Bing, bang, boom. What is going on here? This is from someone who has never, and I don't wish this sort of relationship on anyone, but I've not been in a relationship like this. And I can't even imagine what it feels like to be in one of these relationships where there's so much energy that isn't love. Like there's so much activity that isn't about supporting and encouraging and creating and loving and you know, like hugging and being there for each other and talking and like actually communicating. Like that seems awful. That seems so terrible. This Sarah Boone does not love this person. Jorge does not love I do. I really do. I do. And I thank my lucky stars every damn day for sure. Um that's this is really bad. Cops have shown up to this home twice within 7-8 days. This is not good. This is not good.
I am with, what is it called? It's called, no. But we,
How long have you been here? How many days since you got released? When did you get released? Because you were arrested last week, right?
Yeah.
All right, when did you get out?
let's say 3 days ago or something like
It was
that.
on the weekend?
Yeah.
Today's Wednesday, or was it Monday? Or was it this weekend or was it Monday?
The weekend.
Okay, after that, did you guys talk, come back here, yeah, this weekend? And everything was fine between you two? Still saying, what happened tonight?
I don't know what happened tonight.
George?
Okay. What I'm really hoping is that these male police officers have a man-to-man with Jorge, because he just told them that he was in jail. He got arrested last weekend. He spent a couple of nights in jail, got released, and came right back here. Sarah let him back in. It's so hard to use language that isn't victim blaming Sarah Boone in this very instance, when I have to remember, and in my opinion, we all have to remember that the ultimate victim of this entire situation, like the ultimate outcome, was Jorge, was the victim. Like, he died. He was zipped up in a suitcase and was left for dead. But Sarah is also a victim to these situations, like to these instances. It's just this is where I find it very difficult to not sound like I'm victim blaming Sarah for, you know, an abusive relationship, or victim blaming Jorge for not having anywhere to go and not having a good enough job and not like, they are both victims. Jorge ultimately succumbed to being a victim by Sarah Boone. This whole thing sucks.
Yeah, no, okay.
Right?
Wifey is nuts, and she always freaking starts stuff. And she.
So that's what I'm asking. I'm telling you what happened.
She put.
He said it right there. He said, wifey is freaking nuts, and she always starts drama. She always starts stuff. And I'm not good enough at communicating. I'm not good enough at communicating with her, because no one is. No one's good at communicating with Sarah Boone. No one can, because she doesn't allow it. She doesn't allow for communication. No one's good enough at communicating with Sarah Boone. Jorge's not good enough at communicating with Sarah Boone that it turns into a violent situation, that it turns into someone's having a bruise, that it turns into we're drinking more, it turns into now we're really, really drunk and we're out of control. But she doesn't get as drunk as Jorge, so she can still call 911.
Puts it on me.
Okay. She puts it on you.
All the time.
Well, none of that gives me any insight as to what happened tonight.
Nothing.
Both are very big. She's very big, you're very big. Any more than big.
What is she being big about?
I can't discuss what she's discussing until we discuss me, right?
That was great. The cops saying that they're both being very vague.
My side, yeah, one side.
Exactly.
Okay. Because this isn't for first incident between the two.
No, I know
She's been
that.
arrested as well, hasn't she?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
I guess she has probably been arrested as well. That was Libley asked that question earlier, so maybe.
I can smell alcohol on her, so I know I already knew that, obviously. But,
Yeah.
We've been going through it a lot right now.
What I don't understand is, why do alcoholics think that no one can ever smell the alcohol on them? Like, just yesterday, I had a customer who came in, I don't know, it's not even 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And it was just this intense, like fresh, cracked open a bottle. Like, what are we doing? How did you get here? And it was like, I can smell this. What do you think is going to happen when you get pulled over for driving your vehicle? Like, this is very much we all can smell it. Like, it's oozing out of your pores. It's your breath. It's your sweat. Like, we can smell it. We can smell it.
And now I work at Ace right here across the street. We're going through a lot, and they're about to shut down and whatnot. Ace? Yes. Okay.
We just tell her not something.
I'm so sorry about the internet being so choppy. Makes me mad.
Just wait. You can't drink that for right now? Oh, you can't come in here for right now. Okay, you're gonna have to wait. Give us a couple minutes.
Can I please have some water?
Are you injured in any way?
No.
Shake back, no. Did she injure you today? Did she hurt you? Mentally, maybe emotionally, or whatever? Any physical injuries? No?
I'm the one. I'm always the one.
You're the only one saying that, you're not saying that.
I'm always the one.
But you're the only one saying that. Nobody here's saying that. But if you don't help me, how can I help you? If you don't tell me what happened, how can I help you?
That's my woman.
Okay. Sometimes that's what it is. Is that as much as you want to give me?
What's he saying?
I just got emotional. Like, I just felt like tears like welling up in my eyes from this interaction. These cops are giving him this opportunity in private. Sarah is not even inside the house right now. This is between this officer. I think there's 2 officers in the room. I know this here is a reflection. I believe that's like a reflection of a police officer. There's 1 or 2 police officers in the room. Jorge is handcuffed and sitting on the bed, and he has been given an opportunity to take this time and say the truth, because the cop said sometimes it is that way. Sometimes it's not the man in a heterosexual relationship that is beating on the woman. Sometimes it's the other way around. And the cop gave him opportunity after opportunity. And I know and I know that Jorge probably knows that it's going to be 1 or 2 nights in jail, and he'll be right back here, in 2, maybe 3 days. That's the risk for the believed love of his woman, of his wifey. He'd rather do that than see her go to jail, be arrested, do the whole mugshot, fingerprints, all that stuff. He'd rather take that hit because he's been manipulated to believe that he actually loves and cares for Sarah Boone. Oh my God. Like I because there's silence. He's thinking, does he want to actually speak up? Is he going to speak up? And the cop saying, sometimes it's that way. Sometimes it is. It's okay. You can tell us, like, is that all you want to say? Is that all you want to give us? Are you sure that's everything you want to say about this? That cop knows. That cop just can feel it. From the way that Jorge was saying, oh, it's my wifey, it's always me, continually being vague, just like Sarah Boone, triggered it in him that, oh, wow, maybe Jorge is the victim.
Sure, there's something I can't say that. If you're not gonna tell me what's coming, I'm not gonna tell you what she told me to see. I know exactly what it is. Can't feed you information. Why is there a policy?
Why?
Why not?
Would you call? Would you call?
Look, I've never been in that position, so I can't say.
That is your beefcake.
Ain't like that. My girlfriend's mom, she's crazy, so.
I am, what am I gonna say? I'm actually wrong right now.
You're in the wrong right now?
Yes.
No matter what way, you're saying you're in the wrong, no matter what way you cut it?
No way, shape or form, you know that I am.
I can respect the responsibility, because most guys won't even take responsibility.
You're gonna take me in no matter what.
I think a little better, actually.
Oh, you're going to take me in no matter what. You're going to take me in no matter what.
That's actually true. I take girls to jail all the time, but that battery all the time.
No, you're gonna take me in because I, did the no contact.
You know what that no contact said?
Yeah, I'm fucked.
What is it?
I am fucked.
What are you not supposed to do?
Oh, man. You don't want to tell me. How you?
I think it was better than all.
That wasn't me, I don't work this time.
They're not, they're a little similar. They look a little.
Our hairstyle's the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the same, I promise.
No, I promise you, I will remember you. It's not me. But what did no contact order tell you? What did the judge tell you?
Was not certain.
Yeah, I know.
You're in contact with her at all.
What about in relation to this place, are you not coming back?
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah.
Let me ask you this is, do you just have no place to go?
No, I've got a place to go, but
Your mom's place?
Yeah.
They still over there by Twisty Creek?
yeah.
I do my homework.
But before you guys take me, can I get these shoes on?
What kind of shoes you want? You want some comfy ones, some fly ones?
Make those, get no fly ones.
These, I like these leather ones.
Get the blue ones, please.
This one right here?
Yes.
What shirt you want?
And that black one right there.
This black shirt?
Yes.
You want socks?
The demeanor in the room has completely shifted because there's the realization that, yes, they are going to take him in. I am so excited.
It's gonna be good.
I got a game. The whole demeanor in the room has shifted because, yeah, they're going to take him in no matter what. They had a no contact order, and he was there and he's not supposed to be there. And that sucks. And they know that probably in this very situation, he was not the aggressor. He was not the one doing the violence on Sarah. And so they're like, all right, let's just make this as easy as possible. He's listening, he's cooperating, he's answering the questions. Let's just continue. Let's get this process done. We know that he has options. It's not like he doesn't have anywhere else to go. He has other places to go. Family who loves him, family who cares. The whole thing just sucks.
My phone's downstairs. That's it. Have a wallet. Not that sure. Whatever.
There's another black shirt that's come.
It's just one.
Is that the other one? They're both inside out. I don't know.
I think it's a good theory for sure. I think it's a good theory. I think that she is able to, the only way that the only way that police would know that he's over there is if she told them. If Jorge goes over to Sarah's house, no one's going to know or care. The only people who really know that there's a no contact order is Sarah, her ex-husband, who does not want to be involved. You know, he is just wants to follow his own court order with custody between her and the kid. They don't care. So the only people maybe his family might know, but his family's pretty big. They got other things going on, you know, like they know about Sarah Boone. This isn't a new thing. So I think it's a great theory that she invited him over, waited until they had enough cash to get super drunk, and then, I'm now mad at you and I can call the police because no matter what, you will be arrested. And it's just continuing the power dynamic, the control that she has over him. It continues to reinforce, you are wrong. I am right. If you start, I will finish. And when I finish, you go to jail. I think so. I think it's a great theory. I don't think she said, don't come over. I don't think she said, don't come over. Did anyone take into consider this chair? Did anyone take into consideration she was drunk and invited him and then she panicked and then made this all up? I don't think she panicked. I don't think she knows how to panic. I think she just knows how to cycle through all of her known emotions and learned emotions. I don't think she knows how to panic. I think she definitely allowed him to come over. If she invited him or not, I'm not, 100% sure, but she allowed him to be in her home and spend a couple of nights. This wasn't the day that he got out of jail, from the last time he was arrested. He's been out for a couple of days already. I don't think she knows how to panic. I think she knows how to control, and managing control. Maybe something was slipping. Maybe he was getting violent because of all of her poking and prodding. One way to gain control back in the relationship is to call the police and get this man handcuffed. And she locked the door, closed it behind her, called the cops. I'm locked out. Maybe that's, that's all. That's a theory for sure. I'm slipping. And by slipping, I mean falling.
Yeah.
You like the next one?
Yes.
All right, we'll do that one.
Can I, please, sir?
Please, what? What do you need?
So I can put them on?
Oh yeah, we'll handle that in a second. Let's get the shoes on.
Okay.
Where you say the sock drawer?
Sock, yes.
Is black or white?
White ones.
Okay.
How many years have you got?
30 years.
3 years, really? Because it was the latest?
My phone's somewhere in the house. It don't really matter.
I'll answer.
Okay.
Just step over.
Well, we can see a major difference between the police interaction with Jorge from this body cam footage and compared to last week's body cam footage. The men are, and I'm not saying, but the male police officers gave him an opportunity to put shoes on, to put a shirt on, to put a jacket on, or whatever, he needed to go. And if he was causing a fuss, if he was causing a muss, if he was making a scene, it would be just get in the car. Like, you don't get shoes, you don't get a shirt. Like, we'll give you the little slippers and a little wife beater in jail. That's not just get in the car, you're arrested. They gave him the respect and the due diligence to make sure that they weren't directly disrespecting him. They gave him the space to make the decision. Hey, what shoes do you want? Right? And so his demeanor in return is going to be, I will continue to cooperate and walk down and answer the questions. So they're giving respect, and they're getting respect because they got respect and have recognized that there is a situation that's a lot bigger than this very moment. My freaking internet. Ugh. I don't know why it's doing this, and I'm not happy about it. And it makes the video glitchy, and I don't like it, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay.
Come right here for me, please. I'm just gonna get him. Are you okay? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Just a quick question. He's asking about his phone. Do you know where that'd be?
No, I don't know where it's from.
Okay. You don't have it in your vehicle or anything?
I do not.
Okay.
I have it in front of myself. Wait. I need my car keys.
Okay. They're not on here. They're inside the house somewhere.
You seen them?
I haven't seen them, but they're in there somewhere. They're not on here because I had to search him before he got in the vehicle.
If it's me to ask, ask him where they are, please.
Okay.
I only have one set.
Did you guys catch that? She's slick. Hey, Sarah, where's his phone? I don't know. I don't know where his phone is. Is it in your car, Sarah? Hey, Sarah Boone, is it in your car? I don't know. My car keys. Where's my car keys? Oh my gosh. What about something that belongs to me? Did you ask him? They're not on. He ain't got nothing on him. Like, we just searched him. He has nothing on him. He does not have your car keys. Well, can you ask him where my car keys are? They're probably in your house, which is open. You can go in now. But what about my car keys? My car keys. Okay, well, do you know where his phone is? Oh, I don't know where his phone is. I have no idea. Where could his phone be? Weird. But my car keys? Hello? Is anyone going to look for my car keys? It's slick, but it is part of her ability to continue to make her the victim. She is the victim.
Okay. You don't know where his phone is? Okay.
Find your own damn car keys. This man's being arrested.
She's asking about her car keys. She said we asked him. Should we ask him right now?
He doesn't have that progress, so.
Okay.
Where is she?
She's up behind the vehicle.
Yeah, do you want to just take a number?
Okay, yeah.
No, he didn't have anything to find. Can we take a picture real quick? You don't mind? We're gonna take one overall? Man, do you mind? Stay right there. Actually, a little more this way, so we don't get the police car.
I heard his face to the plan.
You said what? You want me to shine a light on it? Of course. No, actually. Okay.
Wow. We can't see anything.
He didn't have anything in his pockets.
I'm gonna go on this side. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They're gonna be coming this way, so if you want. Okay.
Wow. I can't believe she was so quick to flip that. She flipped that real quick.
one dog sleeping downstairs and one's in your bedroom.
Coming from the area, someone else seen or heard?
Do you have any other questions? I'm sure they're in there somewhere.
Is she like crying about her car keys? Wow.
That's it for that exhibit. The state is at the pleasure of the court and the jury if we want to proceed.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
All right. Oops. No, don't watch later. Okay. There's so much more. Okay.
This morning, we can't stay past 5:30. So the question I have for y'all is, are you okay with staying until 5:30? Or do you want to go ahead and call it an evening at this point in time? I leave it to you.
Yeah. I'm for sure feisty.
It's 5 o'clock. 5:03, exactly.
I say keep going. Does anyone reject?
Lauren can stay.
I think we can stay.
5:30, correct, though? That's my understanding. Okay, thank you, sir. All right.
I heard a
State, you may
name.
continue.
Commission published 21, which was P.
But I love how they all were just like, so what do you guys think? Should we stay? I think we should just stay, right? We're kind of like in this, right? I know it's wild. I mean, I feel like if we stay now, it would probably be like easier tomorrow. Oh my God, for sure. Okay. Yeah, we'll just stay. Like, it's so, I love that. That was so cool to hear the jury. Like, I mean, we probably shouldn't have heard that, but to hear them just be like, so what do you think? I mean, I don't have a problem. Do you have a problem? Hey, do you have a problem? I know you have a 5:30 thing. Is like, do we think it's gonna be? Yeah, it's gonna be okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, we could. I love that. I love that so much. They're going to stay.
E
We're
for
gonna.
identification.
You may proceed, sir. Are they audio or video?
It'll be good, thank you.
Are these redacted, Counselor?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the jury, I have an instruction just to read to you with regard to States 21 that you just saw.
That was fine.
I'm sorry, States 22, forgive me. Members of the jury, you have viewed and listened to video and audio recordings. The court instructs you that the recordings have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of this case. The fact that the recordings have been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you viewed, listened to, and consider this evidence. Thank you. State, you may proceed.
States 21's DVD and its main folder is labeled a folder of attachments, and then there's a file labeled extraction going into folder attachments.
Are we at 1.25? We are at 1.25. Bootski and boogie through this.
First file being published is IMG_0665.MOV. Date modified metadata indicates 12/3/2019, 2:05 p.m.
Whenever you leave the house, just let me know where you're going.
And you're gonna let me leave.
Yes, just let me know where you're going.
And I get to leave the house.
Yes,
Exit.
just let me know where you're going, so at least I know where you're at.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I love you.
So it's not yank me back in the house and sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up?
No,
Yank.
no, just let me know where you're going, so I know where you're at. So if you don't come back, there's no certain time. You don't have to come home at a certain time, because I'm not. You're grown up. I just want to know that if it does surpass a certain time, that's like shit. Where's she at? I know where you told me you were going to be at, so that way I can go.
So I'm not allowed to have friends.
Yes, nobody said you can't have friends.
I can go see Boone.
You can go see whoever. I just don't want you to go frolicking with male friends by yourself, because you know what's happened already. You understand?
What has happened already? Whoa. Wait, whoa. What's happened already? What's happened already? what's happened already. I think this this is a this is wild. This is a wild video. She is putting so many words inside of his mouth. I'm just going off of this very specific video. I'm not going off of what he means, what he did, what the past, the future. Like I am not the context of the video is the video. He's asking for her to just tell him where she is. What bar, if you're going out to a bar, what bar are you going to, or what street are you going to of bars? So I know that if it comes to 2:30 in the morning and you're not home yet, I know where to start to look for you if I need to, or if I feel like things have gone awry. That's the vibe I'm getting. But I'm getting that it's said through frustration because of things that happened in the past. I don't know what those things are. I would love to know. I would love to know. But so now I'm not allowed to have friends is her response. Putting those words in his mouth seem way more dramatic than just sort of understanding what he means. You're giving a completely new meaning to I don't want to worry about your safety. So if I have an idea of where you are, it'll sort of damp down my worry for you because I worry about you because you're a wild person. Things have happened and now I worry. I'm concerned and like what are the things? What are the things?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
So I guess we do.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Sorry, let me just wait for the internet to work again. There we go.
I guess we do.
I don't care about Boo. You can go to see Boo. Do you understand what I'm saying though?
Who is Boo? No, I don't think she understood what you were saying.
Next video is a long file name that starts with 2A494, and it's the only one that will show up with that search. Date modified indicates 12/29/19, 12:26 p.m.
Hi, fuck you.
I don't know what are you talking about?
Let's just tell everybody you got crumpled on the bed.
Crumpled? Crumpled. The word you're using is crumpled? Alright. Alright, so this is my sheesh, you gotta put it up on my face, dude. I know you're filming me, but you gotta put it up. What the fuck is that? Stop.
Bum rush.
Yeah, you're bum on.
I bum rush you.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways.
What was the choice?
So the choice was to beat your ass or get my ass beat or whatever.
No.
Huh?
Twas.
Huh?
Twas.
Twat?
Twas.
I like twat. I've been trying to get twat from this woman. I've been trying to hurry me. I've been trying to get some of that right there. She's on some other shit. What's going on? She's trying to film me, filming her, and blah, blah, blah.
I'm calling you.
No, yeah, you are. You are cool with me. You are cool with me. She is cool with me. She is beyond cool with me.
Hey, I want to get this on film tape. Did I take your cigarettes tonight?
No.
Did I take your cigarettes to the beach?
No.
Then who was blaming on?
You. I blame it on you. Sorry. I apologize. Can I walk around this way and actually film it better? I don't want darkness because you're not dark. There she goes. There she goes. What are you filming? You filming me filming you? You filming me filming you?
What's the thing you've done me wrong by?
Man, I watch porno. Wait. It stopped.
My husband.
What's up? I was watching porno. She don't like that. I'm not shrugging my shoulders or anything like that. Like it's not a big deal.
After you begged and pled and cried,
Yeah.
we trust you.
I know. I'm not shrugging my.
Say it. Beg, pled, cried.
You begged.
I didn't, you did.
Well, whatever. I know. Okay, yeah, I did.
Say it.
I begged and
Pled
pled
and cried
and cried
for me to trust you.
for you to trust me. But again, I'm not
Did
sure.
you?
Did I watch porno again? Yes, I did. But
Good.
So how are we feeling after that video? Holy shit. What was the option? Either get my ass beat or beat your ass. Those were the only two options, is to beat you or get beat, he said. She wanted on film that she didn't take his cigarettes to the beach while he was here, but he blamed her and he apologized. I apologize. They're drunk. In my opinion, there was a lot more going on inside of that bedroom, inside of that house, inside of that relationship than just alcohol. I just feel like there was more than alcohol. I feel like there was more than alcohol that took all of this to the next level. Not to say that alcohol isn't enough. Not to say that not having any sort of drugs whatsoever isn't enough. It's all enough. It's all just sober is enough. But alcohol takes it up to a next level. And I don't think it was just alcohol. I think there was more. But that's all just I think, I believe, and I assume. That was wild. That was a video that the prosecution said, I want this to be one of the last things that the jury sees. I want this to be one of the last things that the jury sees, to show that Jorge himself had his own fears, enough to record her as she was recording him, because he knows when the phone comes out, someone gets arrested, right? It very much felt like I'm recording for my own protection, but it's not at a point where she's freaking out, right? Because the freak out already happened. Wow, that was wild. So dysfunctional and so sad.
Starting with
Absolutely.
3BB0C. Metadata shows date modified 12/29, 12:36 p.m. of 2019.
Because what we saw was not someone or two people who was in the right state of mind. Like there was nobody there who was properly thinking and functioning. That was complete out of body. Like your brain is not controlling anything. It's all on like autopilot, and you're just sort of trusting the drugs, the alcohol, the room. Like it, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. And I think seeing that video in being shot in the bedroom, filmed you can see he is recording her, recording him. There's fear in his eyes. There's the lackluster like responses. He moved to a position of submission. He sat on the floor as she was on the bed. So she was higher than him. She was taller than him. She was bigger than him. He squished himself down into a very small position on the floor. That was quite a decision that he made. And he oh, I want this in the light. Sure. Okay. But wow, that definitely gave me shivers.
So you
She's
remember
nuts,
this.
lock her up. Damn
So
right.
you remember this. Are you drunk right now? How much alcohol did you drink?
Enough to be drunk.
You're slurring your words. You're sleeping up against the door right now.
Yeah, because I want to be next to you.
Did I not tell you to not bother me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it you come up and do? What time is it right now? It's 1:20 a.m.
Okay. I haven't bothered you since I just go to sleep.
But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all?
Yes.
Because why?
Yeah, so what's wrong?
Nope. Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now?
Kind of to throw it out.
What does that mean?
One more drink.
We
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. And then for two people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
Nobody's leaving nobody. Stop.
And the reason why you were even downstairs and weak enough to get drunk was because you don't give a shit about me. You don't listen to what I say. Special things that I keep on my front page of my phone, so I remember to tell you about it. This is how special and fun it is. I always bother you. I always bore you. You don't listen to me. Yesterday was my first day of work, remember? And I ended up 90% hearing about your day and 10% about mine.
You don't bother me or anything with that. So sometimes you just you overwhelm me. That's the problem. You overwhelm me.
By telling you about my first day of work?
No, dude, you just overwhelm me about every other thing too. Just first day of work.
So I'm overwhelming you by telling you about the fourth highest paid baseball player. That's a client of ours.
I'm not starstruck.
I don't even know who the guy is.
I leave.
So the reason why, so you fully admit now that you didn't care and you did brush me off in the car, midway sentence, because you're not in baseball.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying.
I want to go to sleep. Go downstairs.
All right, yeah. I know.
I'm leaving you, and I'm going to try and cancel plane tickets.
No.
Because I don't do special things for people like you that are doing it. It's like, to me, after I asked you at 1:21 in the morning, I wanted to be asleep. I wanted to stay asleep, which is why I got into bed at 8:30. I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Nonetheless, you're drunk. The amount of alcohol, I know how much was alcohol. I know how much was in it. That's why I could smell you in the bed before you actually got me up. I can smell you from here. You're despicable.
I'm not despicable. I'm not even doing anything.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
You're not gonna remember shit. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not doing nothing right now.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
I'm not doing nothing to you.
You do everything to me all the time. All the time. Heartache and pain is what you cause me. Heartache and pain.
How is that?
Keep going. And I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. You get on your fucking little bike and go to fucking work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
As of this moment, and until I can get you out, get the fuck out of
Here.
here. I dare you. Yep, look at it. Wait, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I will scream bloody murder. Get away from me.
Nobody's doing
I'm gonna
anything.
fucking hurt you.
Nobody's doing anything. And you're filming it.
Let me go.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm asking you, George, to get away from me. Please get away from me. Get away from me.
Yeah, I am. I don't know your function, dude. Malfunction. No, your malfunction is you, dude.
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Holy shit, the whole hallway just reeks of you up here. First it's shit, now it's alcohol. Don't step foot in this bedroom. I can't even breathe, like, it's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting.
Keep filming when it's looking right. Then I said, love you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
The prosecution is um proving points that I don't even think they needed to prove. Wow, narcissistic much? For sure. For sure. That was an incredible example of how every conversation goes in that house or went in that house. That was a prime example. Sarah Boone. Okay, so we don't know what happened prior to the video, but before she started recording, right? I know. I literally, I was, I've emotional. I became emotional watching that whole thing. He said he said it. He said it. He said, you overwhelm me. You overwhelm me. And he doesn't know, he does not have coping mechanisms. He's not in a place where he can express himself. He does not have any other option. Like he's like a lion who's been forced into a corner, like backed into a corner. He has no other options for reaction than violence, right? That's what that from this beginning to end this video, he was pushed and poked and prodded and called names, and you reek and it stinks and I told you not to bother me and I want to stay asleep. She opened the door and he was there and started recording, and that's what we started to see. We don't know what happened. Was he pounding on the door? Did he go in and out of the bedroom? Was he doing this? Was he doing? I don't know. I know how much vodka there was in the bottle. Okay. You are speaking to someone who is extremely intoxicated. Guess what happens when you're extremely intoxicated? You're really gullible. I'm gullible sober. But when you're drunk, you are really, really gullible, and you can be led to believe that you did anything. If someone says it, you're really, really drunk. Did he drink the whole bottle of vodka? I don't know. Did he drink a little bit of vodka and she had a little bit of vodka? Then he had a little bit more vodka? Maybe. I don't know exactly what happened, but he was highly intoxicated and he said, "You overwhelm me. You overwhelm me." And she just kept going. She kept going. She kept hammering and hammering and hammering on him. Should he have been there? No. No, he should not have been there. Should she have allowed him to be in her home? Absolutely not. Because they have an active, very active, no contact order, I believe, at the time that this was recorded. There was no contact to be had. And she just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Oh, the fourth highest paid baseball player is our client. I don't give a crap. And I'm not in a relationship with you. I don't care. I don't care. Wouldn't you know? Okay, I don't think he's denying that it's not cool or whatever, but if you don't care about baseball, you don't care. You don't give a crap. I don't care. I don't care. She kept going, she kept going, she kept going, and he stepped to her. He stepped to her and said, "That's enough." And then she hit him with the, "I don't love you. I don't want you. I'm leaving you. You need to leave." And you could just see a broken man walk downstairs. It was really
Next
enlightening.
video starts 456. That's the only file that starts with that. Date modified metadata, 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m.
Hi, Ellie.
And I'm not gonna have no Hindenburg situation, no Titanic situation, okay? So it's gonna be a good day. Yes, I'm missing my mustache.
Sorry, I'll just wait just give me 1 second. It usually goes right back on up just so it's not glitchy. The situation makes me itch. Yeah, I hated that. I hated that whole thing. That whole video was really terrible. The whole video was awful. Okay, come on.
My mustache right now. And later on, everything's gonna go off. Truth, facts. Truth and facts. All of this is gonna be mentioned later on. We'll take another video again later on when it happens. Love y'all, whoever watches this video.
No, that's not approved.
The FDA says it's approved.
So it's gonna be a good day all day.
Yes, it is. Even when
All
I
day.
shave all of this
All
off.
day.
Yes. Even when I shave all of this off.
All day.
It's gonna be an amazing day.
It's what time right now?
Shaboing
I
boing.
would say 9:30. 7 o'clock maybe.
Boing
Shaboing
boing.
boing. That's what we're doing later on. Shaboing boing.
Shaboing boing? What did he say?
You can stop filming now.
It's not good enough.
It's gonna be a great day. Today's a great day to have a great day.
Just pushing him.
Cut. Somebody come in with a. Can somebody come in with a? Can you not?
Next file is image_093.mov. Metadata date modified 1/3/2020, 2:48 p.m.
It's 6:13 and I asked him not to play with it. Because I told him that I'm just gonna go to shit.
I just want to say, imagine being their neighbors. Imagine sharing a wall with these people.
Next file is img_097.mov. Metadata shows date modified January 19th, 2020, 2:58 p.m.
Time.
Silence. 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 Silence.
No peace. No quiet.
Silence and silence.
No end.
And this cop car.
How about you get an umbrella and come to Camille and read it?
Yeah, how about we forget about that? No, we
I'll
won't.
never read.
How about we keep going on? Okay, how about this? When beautiful Lucas is here, we don't listen to none of that. I don't want to hear sirens. It's just beep, 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 all that, whatever. I want to listen to it every single day. Beeping and we hear enough of it out here in reality.
Are you doing nice tonight?
Yes. Yes. I promise you. I just
Go for a walk.
He said when beautiful Lucas, which that's very sweet, her son comes over, he doesn't want to hear the sirens, the beep, 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 beep. Does she listen to a police scanner? Because he said we hear enough of that in reality. Like we hear enough cop cars, ambulances, fire trucks going up and down the streets. Does she listen to a police scanner and that annoys him?
For a walk.
by myself.
Yes.
No.
Go for a walk.
No, I'm just gonna chill out. If that's the case, I'll just chill out. So much like
Don't ever be a woman.
how can I be a woman?
Don't ever.
I can't. But I can somewhat understand.
Don't ever.
I can somewhat understand. Somewhat understand. I can somewhat understand, yes, where you're coming from. But when you have a child, and it's like right now, this is too much. But we had a blast with him. Amazing.
Then you got out of sorts and pushed me, and he stole my phone and called Brent.
Why is it that I got out of sorts?
You pushed me.
I pushed it. I didn't push it. How do I get out of sorts all of a sudden? I don't want to hear it.
You drank too much and you're upset.
Thanks so much.
Go get your fuck card shit.
What are you talking about?
Your retard paper. Don't hit women.
Have I hit you? No. So where are you going with this?
Turn your hands off.
Tell me whatever else you have off. Okay. You can film me, take a picture, or whatever you want.
You can tell you're automatically
I'm not doing.
Do I ever get a butt? No, I don't.
I'm not doing anything to you.
No, I never do.
I'm not doing anything to you, Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarita. I'm not doing anything to you.
Yes.
It's not yet. I will not.
Mr. J.
It is 5:28 and we have 3 minutes and 49 seconds of videos if the jury is.
That's my name. Don't wear it out. She hit him with that. And then she hit him with that again about 3 weeks later when she would not let him out of the suitcase. That's
Capable of staying.
I got a hot thumbs up from the jury. You may proceed, sir.
I got a hot thumbs up from the
Next image,
jury.
our movie is img_1011.move. Metadata shows date modified 2/2/2020, 11:42 p.m.
Hi, Sam. This is what happens. Are you going upstairs to ask for where my car keys are? Because it takes a little time. Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys?
Where are you at with that? What are you talking
No, they're not. You took them.
about? Sarah, I didn't see your car.
It's such a great question. Why is her favorite catchphrase from the 90s? I don't know. I don't think she's smart enough to come up with anything better. And I mean, I'm expecting her to be like, "Did I do that?" But yeah, it's embarrassing. She should be embarrassed. She should be ashamed because she has nothing to. She has one. There's no time other than closing arguments. When you cannot present new evidence at closing arguments, but she has nothing to combat these videos that were on her phone that she recorded, her voice is heard, of Jorge and just being mean to him, and taking advantage of him and overwhelming him. He said, you overwhelm me, and that's her favorite thing to do.
Where are my car keys?
Where you at? All the time. What in the world are you talking about? They're in the, they're there where.
They're not.
Sir. They're at the,
No, they're not. You took them. And why don't you walk away with them?
why would I take your freaking car keys?
So you're not gonna curse now?
What are you talking about?
You took my car keys.
I didn't take your car keys.
You did.
Long file name. Metadata shows 12/29/2019, 4:04 PM modified.
I'm gonna go to court and I'm gonna tell the judge, listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it. It's all my fault. We were both drinking and it got out of hand. Isolated situation, it has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. Never been in trouble in her life. She has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than what it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She especially.
Especially her. So please, if you can,
Dismiss.
dismiss this case.
Close.
Drop it. She is not the type of person.
Good person.
Straight person.
Angel.
I know she's an angel. She's close to it.
Best thing that has ever happened to me.
Yes, ma'am. And I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this.
Sonic.
What?
And it did.
Good, I love you. God will prevail, and He will take us out of this situation. Love you.
That'll be it for today, Judge.
All right. Get your mic back on. Members of the jury, it is 5:33 p.m. I thank you again for your time.
Well, that was probably the best way that they could end that last that this pretty much last day of court. That was incredible. They ended on a video that Sarah Boone herself took of Jorge telling her, being coached, of what he's going to say to the judge when he has to go to court because he's going to be arrested, and just how much Sarah Boone is amazing, and she's so good and kind, and she would save the little animals in the road, and she's as close to an angel as possible, when in reality that is far from true. So let's see, we have a little bit of text messages back and forth. So that's probably about 40 minutes of text messages. And then there's so we're gonna skip through the finishing of the jury instructions, just because we're just gonna skip right to the jury instructions after the closing arguments. There will be some closing arguments. Let's see. So that's like 6:30. there's about a half an hour of prosecution closing arguments. Then there will be about a half an hour of defense closing arguments, maybe a little longer. Oh, that's maybe like 2 hours. And the prosecution does it again, and then we'll get to the verdict. So we might skip through a little bit of the closing arguments just because we've seen the whole trial. They're just summarizing all of the things. I think opening statements is really something that is like really important to the case. But when you're at this point in a case where it's like we know what the jury's gonna do, essentially, it's we'll see what happens. Let me. Why are there ads on some and not on the others? Okay. Just give me 1 second.
Can the parties approach for a moment? All right, members of the jury, you can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. Just again, if you could raise those hands, confirm you complied with the court's instructions. All right, all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. Members of the jury, before the state continues with their evidence presentation today, I just have a couple of questions to go over with you. Yesterday, there was an event in the courtyard of the Orange County Courthouse. Did anyone happen to observe that event? If you did, please raise your hands at this time.
What do you mean by observe?
We'll get to it.
Okay.
Okay. Did anyone happen to hear anything during that event? All right, and record reflects no hands have been raised. Did anyone see anything during that event? All right, juror number 2, first row. Thank you, ma'am. Did anyone participate in that event? Record reflect no hands have been raised. Did anyone receive any writings or review any material from that event? Record reflect no one has raised their hands. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Was there like a Sarah Boone protest in the courtyard or something? That's so weird. Okay.
You recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Yes. All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if I could see those hands, you complied with the instructions during that really short break. Record reflect all hands have been raised.
They
Thank
like
you very
left
much.
and came
Mr.
back
Jay,
within
you may
like 2
proceed, sir.
minutes.
Permission to publish from States 21, which was previously marked as P for identification.
You may proceed, sir.
Again, this is a DVD exhibit with 2 folders in the main directory. One entry is in a folder called attachments. Another is a PDF labeled extraction.
I put it at 1.5.
And for the record, it is 108 pages, and the entire document will go back to the jury, and there will be a laptop provided to them to utilize this exhibit. For purposes of publication,
This is the phone extraction. So you're seeing phone calls, apps that were opened. We kind of got a lot of this information in the Karen Reed case. So you're seeing messages sent, incoming calls, incoming messages. You're seeing the timestamps of it, who it's going to, where it's from, and each line here. So you have 6597 log entries. You have this, you have this, you have log entries. You have this, you have this, you have a voicemail incoming at 2:15 on 2 what's that, February 15th, 2018, from this number here. Calendar, you're seeing all the times that things were opened and closed, and a picture was taken, or checked image capture time a picture was taken, went into image. So you're seeing all this stuff. They're just gonna
I'm
go
going to
through
go by page number
What's
and
pertinent
date
to
unless something requires
case.
more specificity. And for to and from, I'm going to just use the name of the contact if one exists or phone number if one doesn't. On page 1, creation time for notes. 7:49, asking Jorge or George not to be despicable to me, making more drink after he guzzled his and I shared mine. On page 2, date March 8th, 2018. You are now in a relationship with Jorge or George on Facebook. Metadata entry 100014, etc. for Jorge Torres to Sarah Boone, owner. Page 3, May 21st, 2018, from 407-716-8684 to Melissa. And he can still live here, correct? Or until I decide to finally get him out if he doesn't clean up his act after tomorrow. On page 9, May 30th, 2019, from a contact labeled as Mom, paren, Jorge or George, to 407-716-8684, which I will just refer to as owner in future references. Where is my clippers in the gray box? From owner to Mom, Jorge, all capitals, dumpster, separate message, like you, separate message, so is your 2 shirts, separate message, no more Rick and Morty, a response from contact Mom, Jorge, to owner, okay. From owner to Mom, Jorge, Lucas cried when he saw the adventure fund was gone, thank you, no wonder you're out, fuck off. From owner, he's the one that broke it because you took it. From owner, wanted to go on adventure. On to page 10, from owner, be proud, feel good, you made my, quote unquote, our son, cry. Cheese stick, Lucas, your kids, get the fuck out of my life and my son's. No one, spinster, good, for, nothing, dumpster diver, that's what you are, and the rest of you. Later on the same page, owner to Mom, Jorge, get, all of you, mean, selfish, fuck all you, your firstborn is a joke. Going on to page 11, same date of May 30th, 2019, from owner to Mom, Jorge, get the fuck out of my life. Lucas 2, bad influence. From Jorge to owner, I am, as you can see, go drink your life away. From owner to Mom, Jorge, your kids are 2, yuck. Shucks, I only have 1, beaters, your 3 together, yuck. Going on to page 12, from owner to Mom, Jorge, still dated 5/30/2019, gross, and all the time, gross. Mom, Jorge to owner, I love that guy, You're the one who kicked me out. Owner to Jorge, Mom, finally, get your shot together and check me out in 2 to 3 months, hope you're there. Unless I find someone better. Shit, together. From Mom, Jorge to owner, are you serious? Owner to Mom, Jorge, that's what happens? No. Mom, Jorge to owner, I'm helping out Dad right now, call you in a few. Owner to Mom, Jorge, can you help me put out, fuck off? Jorge, Mom to owner, how? No problem. From 267-216-5170 to owner, damn, you can only talk when you're drunk and talking shit. Owner to the previously mentioned 267 number, stop calling, texting my phone, he's not here anymore. And it's damn. 267 number to owner, NP, you didn't have to be a bitch about it. Owner to 267. Going on to page 13, still May 30th, 2019. Yo, I like you all. He's a dick and the sheriff just left. Sorry I couldn't text back. I'll always respect you all. You know that. He's not here anymore. And yes, I am a bitch. So are you. 267 to owner. Look, I'm not here to be taking shots at you. I never called you a bitch. I said you were acting like one. I'm not going to be here going back and forth on some childish shit. Have a good night. Owner to the 267 number. Friends forever. Thank you. Would love to chat sometime. Call his parents, I guess. Further down on page 13, now on to May 31st, 2019, from owner to Mom, Jorge. Tell Jorge to call me. I want my things he took. I have his birth certificate and propane certificate until then if he wants those back. And I have your quote unquote art box. Mom Jorge to owner, stop being petty. I did not take anything that wasn't mine, I swear. Owner to Mom Jorge, you're a liar. I never can believe you from all the other lies. You stop being petty and take shit like you always do. Another one bites the dust, Jorge. Hope you're miserable like you've made everyone else. Mom Jorge to owner, I'm not lying. Owner to Mom Jorge, Lucas said he won't miss you either. When I get mine back, you'll get yours. Mom Jorge to owner, I didn't take it. I'm coming over in a few to get my stuff, and I'm coming with Jean and Melissa. Going on to page 14. Owner to Mom Jorge, go for it. Bring mine W. Mom Jorge to owner, I don't have anything of yours. That's why I'm coming with them so they can bury that. Owner to Mom Jorge, I don't care. They're not going to babysit you because you're an asshole and got kicked out after being taken off the lease. Mom Jorge to owner, they seen what I had in my hands. Owner to Mom Jorge, still don't care or believe you. I'm going to get Lucas anyway, so don't waste their time or mine. Mom Jorge to owner, exactly. Owner to Mom Jorge, you were a visitor and a terrible resident. Boyfriend too. Just go away unless you bring my stuff. Mom Jorge to owner, I don't have your shit, Sarah. I need my birth certificate. Owner to Mom Jorge, I don't give a shit either. I worked for that birth certificate, voter's registration, and your ID card. Just because your name is on them doesn't make them yours. Even paid for them. I needed you to be a man and take care of me, not beat me, call me names, and make me feel like I'm not a person. Not giving back until I have mine. Mom Jorge to owner, whatever, Sarah. Owner to Mom Jorge, next step is restraining order. Know that. You can come over here 100 times. Doesn't mean I have to open the door. Good one, Jorge. Go away. Mom Jorge to owner, whatever. Owner to Mom Jorge, it's been a great day without you. Will be from now on. Mom Jorge to owner, you need to do. Owner to Mom Jorge, enjoy living with your parents at 41 with no girlfriend and lonely. It was the inevitable, just like it has been before. Owner to Jorge, Mom, did you take Lucas's sunglasses? Mom Jorge to owner, OMFG, no, I did not. Turning to June 2nd, page 15, 1:10:57 a.m. from owner to Mom Jorge. Jorge, question mark, call me. If Jorge is with you, can you have him call me, please? Text to Mo. (1:18, 16 seconds on June 2nd. Owner to Mom Jorge, I beat you to the punch. Want to do the dartboard with me? Come. Owner to Mo, I know you won't answer, Mo. Tell him to come finish the dartboard with me, please. Owner to Mo, I miss him. Owner to Mom Jorge, ask Jorge to call me, please, when he gets a minute. June 2nd. 7:43:40 a.m. Can you have Jorge call me, please, when he gets a chance if he's with you? 7:45 a.m. Owner to Mo. Going on to page 16, June 2nd, 2019, 10:50 a.m., 55 seconds. Owner to Mo. Hello. Can you please have Jorge call me? Willing to give back. Don't know if he's there or at parents. Really want to see him. Owner to Mom Jorge at 10:52, 16 a.m. Not pursuing after 12 o'clock. Ever again. 12:19 p.m., 23 seconds. Owner to Mom Jorge. Please call. Come over. I'll come get you. Come over, please. I need a super hug. Hugs? Please, need you. 6:23 p.m. Owner to Anna. He doesn't live here anymore. Call parents or Mo in response to an incoming phone call that was made at 6:10 p.m., 54 seconds from Anna to owner. Entries 9803, 9804 in the PDF timeline, June 2nd, 2019. Image 0092.heic, captured at 6:33:01 p.m. Image 0093 HEIC, captured 6:33:26 p.m. Publishing from attachments. Image _0092, metadata showing 6/2/2019, 6:33 p.m.
These text messages are just proving the way that she was day in and day out. The prosecution has just dropped a bomb on everything that the jury has just heard from the defense. They said, let's lay some great foundation. right? The prosecution opened the case, laid some great foundation. They showed these videos, they showed the suitcase, they told us the everyone's sizes, and they were small and petite and this and that, and it was a tumultuous relationship through and through, right? And the defense said, well, she hit battered person. She's a battered person. She took the stand and she said, oh, well, it was me. I was beat. It was PTSD, and they brought in these psychiatrists, the psychologists, and they were like, look, she's the PTSD is running through her veins. And the prosecution said, all right, bet. Here we go. Is this how a battered person acts and treats everyone in their life? By instigating continuously, by just wanting to fool there was a thread of, I'm going to get away with every single thing that I do, no matter what. It was a continuation. There, you could follow everything with Sarah Boone, but the reason why just does not make sense, and battered person is not, it's not cutting it. It's not cutting it. All right, let's see what we got here.
And image or IMG_0093, metadata, date taken 6/2/2019, 6:33 p.m. (6:34 p.m., 51 seconds, June 2nd, 2019. Outgoing from owner to Mom Jorge. All up to you now, big boy. And for the record, those images were sent to Mom Jorge at 6:34 p.m., 33 seconds. Look what you made me do. Or maybe your mom will for you. Response from Mom Jorge to owner. Wow, that's really childish. Owner to Mom Jorge, but effective. Mom Jorge to owner. Yeah, I see what you were doing. Did Lucas leave? Owner to Mom Jorge. I'm watching shadows. Be gone for good. Minus birth certificate. Mom Jorge to owner. Okay, cool. Enjoy. Owner to Mom Jorge. Am. Nice. You're not. And nice was from Mom Jorge to owner. Going on to page 17. This is still June 2nd, 2019. Mom Jorge to owner. Yes, I am. You are not, though. Owner to Mom Jorge. To who? Your mom? Brothers? Not me. Mom Jorge to owner. To everyone. Owner to Mom Jorge, but me. Mom Jorge to owner. I love you. Owner to Mom Jorge. I'm going out at 8. Get dressed. I've given you since noon. Peace out, Boy Scout. Mom Jorge to owner. I'm coming over with a handle. I was helping Pop all day cut grass. Owner to Mom Jorge. Yay, you. Getting in the shower, then out. Bye-bye. Mom Jorge to owner.
Excuse me, can we go to bench?
Yes.
They are approaching for not too long.
I'm already showered and dressed. Mom Jorge to owner. Hello? Text from Anna to owner. You're rude as hell, but okay. Owner to Anna. Your dad is a POS, but okay. At least you know and will stop calling. Owner to Anna. Futile. Anna to owner. CTFU, as you are a piece of shit, but that's God's business, not mine. Have a good day, Coke whore. Since you like to switch it up, I'll do the same. Don't text me back either, fake ass. Page 20 of 108, June 9th, 2019, from owner to Philip. He's off the lease. The process has begun. Page 22, June 11th, 2019. The metadata only shows to Mom Jorge. You tell your son he's not welcome here, taken off the lease and bound, worthless. Don't show his ugly, fucked up face around here again. Police will be called. Ask him if it was worth it and ride my bike he has. Stay Hispanic, that's what you all are. And he can watch all the porn he wants on the phone Mom gave him. Page 26, June 14th, 2019, 11:38:56 p.m. To Mom Jorge. Wow, congrats. Blackouts and boring. We wanted to see him. Hot house, 7 people. Mission to work on my bike. Repeat. Candy Crush. Fuck himself. Shit job. Repeat. Same page, June 15th, 2019, 7:37 p.m., 48 seconds. To Melissa, just an FYI, if my place gets effed up, I'm letting you know. He's in jail. Thanks for the prompts. I'm at my ex's house. Please don't let this reflect on me as a tenant. You said to call cops. I did. He's gone. We're both proud now. I consider you my friend. Melissa, why was he in your apartment?
Why was he there in the first place? Great question, Melissa. Why was he there in the first place?
Page 38, notes. Creation time, June 26, 2019, 5:56:57 a.m. 6:14, X videos, 10:03 a.m. Sarah Banks, 5:3 Banks, 6:13. Metro activation, 6:12. Skipping down. X videos, 6:2, 6:13 p.m. X videos, 6:1. X videos, 5:31, 9:56 Who's Christine? Friend FB. Going to meet up? Question. Calling her beautiful? Question. Said she thought you were avoiding her when down here. Said no, I was not beautiful. FB-nonchalant Quay. Thanks for adding me. You are exquisite. Facebook messaging Camille, 6:13, 9:42. Facebook or FB Pamela Erickson sending pictures of yourself, telling her good morning, 7:14, 12:13 a.m. FB-Crystal. Going to woo her, sweep her off her feet, going to change her mind. Luck is my middle name. Sent her pics, kiss emojis. Called her beautiful after returning to the convo. Said you had to pick up your brother. Sent pics of beer. Sent her struts. Could have been me. Sent her songs, but not me. Messaged bunny kiss emojis. Convo. Sent puppy kiss emoji. Would love to take her out and see a movie. Told her about what we do in the shadows. Would love to watch Creed 2 with her. Want to snuggle with her and eat popcorn. Sent heart hugging animal emoji. Want to play a board game with her. Asked to FaceTime call her. Called her amazing. Messaging at 7:30 6:14, 6:15, 2 days. FB-Crystal liking all her posts. Quote, losing someone who doesn't respect or appreciate you is actually a gain, not a loss. Can't compare me to the next girl because there is no competition. I'm one of a kind and that's real. Continuing on to page 39, same note. I found everything on your phone, all your messenger texts, telling Christine you want to meet up with her when she's here, calling her beautiful, thanking nonchalant Quay for adding you and calling her exquisite, telling Pamela Erickson good morning and sending pictures at 12:38 a.m., messaging Camille, then the whole 2-day convo with Crystal, how dare you, and send pictures wearing my wedding ring. You're a cheating, lying scumbag. I will never trust you. Why don't you put your mugshot up, or I will, since I have your phone, and log in and tell everyone why you're in jail for the 3rd time. Let them know you beat your wife and she put you there because she couldn't take it anymore.
Not the Pamela
I want nothing to
Anderson
do with you ever
slip.
again. I've become a different person since you've been gone, with less stress, anxiety, and worry. I feel safe, comfortable, happier with you not here or seeing you at all. I can say through I do have heartbreak after going through your phone. Thank you for always proving me right. I knew when you told me your mom gave you one that you'd be back to your slimy ways. You will never change. I hope it was all worth it, all of it, including losing my debit card for the 3rd time to buy beer and cigarettes, which put you back where you belong. I know for a fact you were not worth any of it. I just can't believe after everything I've done for you, including all I did to get you out of jail, and you do this to me. This is cheating. Goes on to page 40, goes on to page 41, and ends with never truly yours.
How?
Page 42, June 26, 2019, 8:06 p.m., 16 seconds. Outgoing from owner to Mo. Just wanted to let you know to tell Jorge I found all his messages, hissy face heart emojis with Crystal and other bitches on FB, along with all his porn after he swore to me he wasn't doing any of that anymore. I'm not doing anything more for him, and he will try and keep him in jail as long as I can. Cheating snake weasel. Ask him all about it or have your parents the next time they talk to him. I'm not anymore. So hurtful after all I've done for him. He can rot in there for all I care. Going on to page 43. To Mo from owner, and I will be there for the hearing next week and his arraignment on both charges. Peace out, fucks, aka Torres. Same page 43 from owner to Mo, 6/26/2019, 9:59:14 p.m. Begins. Hi, I was thinking if you could get out, I'd really love it if you take me to a movie, or we could snuggle like we do and watch Creed 2, get some popcorn and pretzels, maybe talk about what kind of other movies we like, or find a fun board game to play together. I know your favorite is Avalon.
Yes. So this is where it all becomes, this is where you have to take some responsibility for where you are as well. Not all of this is being done to you. You are accepting and looking for and allowing to continue to have all of these like really gross people, really gross situations in your life. You have to take some responsibility and some action. If you don't like it, leave. And if you have a no contact order, stop inviting that person over. You have to. It's so toxic. It really is like the epitome of toxic. There's nothing, there's like literally no other description. You are not just like allowing this to continue to exist and be your life and be your day to day, but you are asking for it. You're egging more of it on. You're giving more people more reasons to just ruin everything. To just ruin everything. You're putting your home in jeopardy, you're putting your lease in jeopardy, you're putting everything in jeopardy because you want attention, you want drama, you want people around, and you want action. Oh, like you always want the action. You're seeking out, you're creating problems, and then your reaction to those problems that you created is, oh my gosh, everyone is attacking me and they're all against me. That's not battered person syndrome. That's not battered person syndrome. And that entire argument just went up in flames. It just went up completely in flames after those videos, after the text messages, after all of it. It's done. It's done. You can't say, no, this didn't happen. This is off of her phone. This is off of her phone. You know, the psychologist and the psychiatrist, they all were like, oh, the power, the removing of the things, the taking of the keys, the taking your debit card, the hiding this, and making sure you don't have access to your bank accounts and all the things, and making your life harder because they're taking things away from you. Sarah did that to Jorge. She ripped up his birth certificate. She threw his ID in the bushes and then called the cops on him. She hid his phone, right? But what about her car keys? Where are her car keys that she can't keep track of? It doesn't work that way. Common sense is not a thing. Not a thing here. Not a thing here. That's for sure.
What do you think?
There's just a little bit more of the
I
messages.
was also thinking the other day about how much I miss you sending me pictures of yourself throughout the day, sending me songs you wanted to hear or thought I'd like. But what I really miss are the kissy love emojis you would send, just because I really miss those, especially the ones with hearts. They'd always make me smile. I knew you were thinking about me. You do, Crystal, though. Even asked her to FaceTime. What would you do if you found me having this convo with Ben or John or anyone other than you? I'd be beaten to a bloody pulp. And don't do any of these things anymore, but yet you wear your wedding ring and mine around your neck and tell me how much you love me. But you're telling this woman who looks like TPT you want to snuggle with, take out to a movie, play board games with, questions, sending music, cutesy, kissy love
legitimately
to, like you used to me, telling her you want to woo her, sweep her off her feet. How do you think that makes me feel? Why don't you say that to me? Going on through the rest of page 43, page 44, including on page 44, dirty cheat, enjoy your porn and jerking yourself off secretly so your parents don't see you and your ugly new girlfriends. I can't wait to finally be with a real man, Ben, who will and has taken care of me. Can't wait to see what he's like in bed. I already know he kisses. Hope it was all worth it. I'm free. As you told Crystal in your messenger text, you're single with a little cutesy dancing dinosaur. Wow, now you really are. You're despicable.
Then be free. Then be free.
Next text is XOXO from Mo to owner.
Then be free. Don't go back. Don't take anyone back. Then be free. Because
Page 50.
you go back on your word once, okay, whatever. Look, people can change, thoughts, and maybe my mind changed, whatever. You go back on your word twice, okay, and then you go back on your word 3, 4, 5 times. Oh, this is over. I'm breaking up with you tomorrow. He's back at your house. Oh, this is over. I'm breaking up with you tomorrow. He's back at your house. Oh, this is over. I'm breaking up with you tomorrow. He's back at your house. Your word means nothing. Your words mean nothing. You're just doing it to do it because you're lazy, you're bored, you love having the power. Pretty much landing on that one. You love having the power. And when he confronts you, he stands up to you. Oh, I'm leaving. Get out of my house. We're breaking up. But then you have power over no one. What are you doing? Want to come back over? This sounds familiar, minus the murder.
6/28, 2019.
Yes, Ray.
10:55, 47 p.m. from owner to Mo. Just know I can do so much more damage than all of you put together. Know that. Going on to page 51. Try me. Page 72, July 20th, 2019, 11:4 p.m. From Janice to owner. No metadata, but from Janice. Sorry it's so late. I just read your text. He seemed fine when I saw him at your apartment this morning. He answered the door right away, but was quite bummed out that he overslept. But I was okay and told him, no problem, just get ready and come to work in about half an hour. Then I texted your phone and asked if he would rather work the afternoon shift and get some sleep, but he never answered, so I have no idea where he is or what he's doing. What happened last night, he had a black eye. He said it was new because I asked him and I told him to put makeup on it. He said he had that taken care of. Did you two get in it again? He acted like when I told him he had a black guy, at first he didn't know what I was talking about. I guess he kind of blacked out. You can call me back if you want. 11:30 p.m., 38 seconds. From owner to mom, Jorge. Janice just called me looking for Jorge. If she's pissed, congrats.
Why did we pan out? I don't understand.
Page 82, 8/21, August 21st, 2019. From Jorge to owner. I love you, my friend, my love, my queen, my everything.
Yes.
The very last one. Let's see.
Jorge to owner. I love you, my friend, my love, my queen, my everything.
That very last text was from Jorge to Sarah. But his employer, the longer one about black, yeah, that was from his employer to Sarah saying, hey, like, what's going on? Like, he's not here. Went over, he has a black eye. He can work the afternoon shift if wanted. Like, we're doing him a favor right now. Do you guys get into it again? Clearly, this person knew about some history between the two of them. Yeah. And I don't know why that person was not a witness. That's very interesting. Maybe they just didn't want to put her through it. Maybe they could not find her. Maybe she moved out of state because I think that business closed.
Kind of that concludes everything I.
Okay, so the jury is now leaving.
She did actually use force. It wasn't a threat of force.
They now are going to. Do you want to hear the black eye text again? I mean, we can listen to that again, because now that I'm thinking about it, it's like maybe that's something we should listen to again, because that's like such a rare one.
Back if you want. So what? He said sleep, but he never answered, so I have no idea what work in about half an hour. Then I texted your phone and asked if he would rather work the afternoon shift and get some sleep, but he didn't.
Okay. This next text is from
Page
Jorge's like boss or manager or something.
72, July 20th, 2019, 11:4 p.m. From Janice to owner. No metadata, but from Janice. Sorry it's so late. I just read your text. He seemed fine when I saw him at your apartment this morning. He answered the door right away, but was quite bummed out that he overslept. But I was okay and told him, no problem, just get ready and come to work in about half an hour. Then I texted your phone and asked if he would rather work the afternoon shift and get some sleep, but he never answered, so I have no idea where he is or what he's doing. What happened last night, he had a black eye. He said it was new because I asked him and I told him to put makeup on it. He said he had that taken care of. Did you two get in it again? He acted like when I told him he had a black guy, at first he didn't know what I was talking about. I guess he kind of blacked out. You can call me back if you want.
So he like, in that moment when someone was approaching him about him having a black eye, he like couldn't come up with a quick enough lie to sort of cover up for what happened. That's very interesting.
All right, the court has the
Evidence in this case is the evidence that she provided was he got into that suitcase by himself and they were playing.
So we're going to skip to the let's check out some of the closing arguments. This right now, they spend a good chunk of time as I scroll through, going through, finishing up jury instructions, anything that they sort of need to wrap up. The jury's not there, they go on their break. And then they come back on in and they probably go through a few more things. We don't really need to hear any of it because the finale of it is all going to come down to, let's listen to some closing arguments. At least a little bit. Definitely would have been good to have as a witness, yes. Which makes me think that there was either a move out of state, affording to come in for the trial was not possible. Maybe there was an illness, maybe there's a lot of reasons why someone wouldn't be called as a witness. But that text message would have definitely encouraged me, if I was a prosecutor, to get her on the stand and be like, tell me everything you know. How often have you seen Sarah and Jorge with black eyes and bruises? Sarah more, Jorge more? What do you know about the relationship? Like, tell me all the things. I want to know what you know because you are an inside source. That would have been very interesting. Do they need her? No. Is that text message really good? Yes, absolutely. For sure. I was wondering if there was something they didn't want him to say to the jury. That's another thing that they might have been taking a risk. Like they might have done like a deposition with this person and been like, oh God, there's some really good things, but there's some really not some good things for our case. So, maybe her. Yeah. I mean, these days, who knows? Which is fine. But yeah, so there probably was either really good things that would not outweigh like the bad things for their case. Lots of reasons. It's like if that person like moved across country, they were not going to fly a character witness out for it. They had neighbors, they had there was neighbors, the police. The videos speak for themselves enough. I think that they were probably comfortable with whatever reason that they had to not bring her in and say, I know about all of the beatings. Or it was like, hey, I have a vacation scheduled, and this trial was supposed to happen 2 years ago. So, I'm no longer available. Please cancel my subpoena. That'd be really great. And they probably, something like that. There's a lot of reasons that they probably had some leeway with their witnesses, and I think the psychiatrist was pretty good. Pretty much was like, I can prescribe. I went to medical school and there are things. It did cause a little bit of an issue, but leading in from the psychiatrist to all of these videos, like to their rebuttal, was fantastic. Fantastic for their case because it's the freshest things on the jury's mind.
Not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision, in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law.
So the judge is charging the jury, giving them instructions, giving them directions on how to properly come to a conclusion for the case before they listen to, they're getting some of this information before they listen to the closing arguments. So the prosecution will do their closing arguments, the defense will do their closing arguments, and the prosecution, just like trial, will have a rebuttal as well. I don't know how much of all of this we're going to listen to. The prosecution is going to come out hard and be like, this is the suitcase that Jorge died inside. And the only person who is at fault for allowing this person to die is Sarah Boone. The defense is going to try to grasp at all of the straws possible. Battered person syndrome, PTSD. You saw how he was violent in the video. He attacked her. He put his hands on her. They're going to try all the things. It's hard. But time-wise, we probably just won't listen to all of it, but we will get to the verdict and so after. Okay, glove toss. Wait, did you guys not see that? Oh no. Wait. Go back. No. Go back. Okay. Watch this. This body language right now is like brilliant. Just watch this man. Watch this man approach the jury to start his closing argument. Jury instruction. Yes. We're there. Did you see that glove toss? Oh my God.
This is a box. This is the box where George Torres was killed.
If it's too fast, let me know.
It's a small box, 28 by 20 by 8 7/8 inches. George Torres was zipped up in this box. George Torres took his last panicked breaths in this box. The medical examiner explained to us that with each breath George Torres took in, there was less oxygen in this box. George Torres was murdered in this box. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself, my trial partner, we thank you for your time and attention in this most important of trials. We now have the law from the judge in this case. This is what our duty is to follow. And let's have a discussion regarding that law that we've just been read and given. The first section of note we're going to come to is called Introduction to Homicide. But this being a legal document written by a bunch of lawyers who you've seen for the last 2 weeks arguing with each other Pay careful attention to ands and ors. Remember, if an and is somewhere, we're going to need both things or all the things, and if an or is there, then only one of those things we're going to need. So as we start out here on Introduction to Homicide, we come to the first section on justifiable homicide. And it reads, the killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this section is completely inapplicable. It's inapplicable because George Torres was zipped up in that suitcase. He couldn't commit or attempt to commit a murder on anybody. He couldn't even scratch his own head while he was in that suitcase. Next, we turn to excusable homicide. Here we have several paragraphs. And it reads, the killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. When the killing is committed by accident, and in misfortune, in doing any lawful act by lawful means, with usual, ordinary caution, and without any
It's kind of hard to hear because I know we're near a microphone. I love Judge Kranick. He's just like, okay, I'm gonna do something on my computer. He's great. We're gonna just kind of skippity a little bit forward, because things. It's Valentine's Day, and I got plans.
Case 17.
We're going to go through some of the videos that we watched and quite literally rewatch the most hard-hitting video. Her recording Jorge inside of the box, inside of the suitcase, as he's begging to be let out. Oh my God, I don't know how to turn that off. That's why I haven't turned it off yet. We're gonna relive that. And then we'll probably skip a little forward to the defense, because they always have interesting things to say, don't they?
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it out.
I can't fucking believe it. It's
Yeah, that's when you do me, shake me.
It's so disturbing. It's so disturbing, and that looked to be like some members. So there's always an instruction if you are not able to keep yourself together, to hold your emotions down, please leave the courtroom. When the trial is happening, when closing arguments are happening, when the verdict is being read, if there is a sentencing that needs to be read, if you cannot hold your emotions together, especially during the trial process, please exit. And it's not because we don't want interruptions. It's because we don't want the jury to be swayed in one way or another. They need to solely go off of the basis of the evidence that was presented to them, the testimony that was presented to them. They don't need to go off of Jorge's family, in this instance, being very emotional. They don't need to feel empathy from people in the room other than those who are like influencing the trial. The lawyers, the defendant, the defense team, all of the extra people need not apply to the jury. And so that's why it was cut. They heard some noise. She might have even raised her hand and said, like, I need to leave. And she looked like she had a couple of folks follow her out. You could see on her face as she was exiting, she was very emotional. So that is very important. This is a very crucial time for the jury. They are starting. I mean, I'm sure most of them have already started to sort of come to a conclusion or an idea as they were being read the instructions, especially. But this is a really important moment that needs to be handled properly. So the woman leaving the courtroom was necessary. If you cannot keep it together, you do need to exit. It's the battle of, I want to be there. I want to see every minute of this trial. I want to make sure my family member, my friend, my son, my father, my brother, my sister, my mother, like I want to see that person who I care about get the justice they deserve, but it needs to be done properly. So that's hard. That's hard. I'm sure that she was going, if that was Jorge's mother, I'm sure that she was going through immense emotions. It's been a roller coaster. It's been years. It is quite difficult.
Sarah, I can't believe it. That's on you. Sarah, I can't believe it. It's on you. Sarah. Real or handsome? Now you want to give it for it extra. Here they got this. Sarah. Real or handsome? Sarah. I can't believe it. Oh. That's what I think he's doing. Sarah. Fuck you. Sarah. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
Ladies and gentlemen, that exhibit removes any scintilla of doubt about the depravity of the defendant's actions.
Okay, point.
But we know from the evidence that this was not the first time she had considered killing George Torres. We know from the evidence that on January 13, 2020, approximately 1 month prior to George Torres' murder, the defendant had a text message conversation. Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. Bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him. Then I'll be better. Torres. But ladies and gentlemen, in this case, the law actually specifically tells us that the intent to cause death is not necessary. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Next, we turn. I'm going to bypass the lesser included offenses because though she is guilty of those offenses as well, the law instructs us that she is to be convicted of the highest offense in which the evidence supports, which is second-degree murder in this case. So turning our attention towards voluntary intoxication. If there was any question.
Okay, we're going to skip ahead because the prosecution, because we watched the trial. Let's skip ahead. He is only up here for about half an hour. They cuts back to the video where Jorge is saying all of the things that he's going to tell the judge about Sarah, how Sarah's second to an angel. And
But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the truth does not change. The facts do not change. The videos do not change. And on any version of events that the defendant has given, they all add up to the fact that there is absolutely no doubt that she is guilty of murder. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any doubt about the defendant's guilt when she described using that baseball bat to hit George Torres's fingers back in the suitcase when he attempted to save his life? Do you have any doubt when she is given how many versions of events in this case? Do you have any doubt after hearing the testimony of her neighbors about the loud crash and arguing that night? Do you have any doubt after hearing the testimony of Dr. Sarah Zagovich? Do you have any doubt after watching the videos of George Torres being murdered and her laughing about it and talking about the fact that he cheated on her? Do you have any doubt after reading the text messages from her phone, after seeing the videos of how she controlled and manipulated George Torres? And if you say,
do you have any doubt?
Mr. Cacciatore, I still have a doubt.
It's great. It's brilliant. That's the defense's job, to sow
Well, then
seeds of
the law
doubt.
asks you, is that doubt to an element? And is that doubt a mere possible doubt, a speculative, an imaginary, or a forced doubt? I submit to you the idea that she had to do this because she was a battered spouse is an imaginary doubt.
Ooh.
It's a doubt born from the imagination of Sarah Boone. It is not a reasonable doubt. But if you find yourself back in that deliberation room and you are just trying to think of some way in which the defendant is not guilty, just searching, struggling for that way, that also is not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. That is a forced doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that when you read the entirety of those jury instructions and apply the law to the facts that came out in this case, that you are going to come back with the only lawful verdict, which is guilty as charged, second-degree murder. Thank you.
Okay. Slay.
Members of the jury, it is 4:04. As I promised, we were going to take that afternoon break before the defense proceeds with their closing argument. You're going to leave everything behind. Similar instruction that I've given you before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation, research as to the person, places, thing, or charge involved in this case. You do not have any discussions among yourselves or anyone else. We'll bring it back in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
All eyes for accident.
To the state's
All
closing
right.
argument.
The state has closed. They will have a rebuttal, but the defense is now next. And
They're
let's
not
just
evidence, they're
hear.
just arguments, and I ask you to pay attention to them. Thank you. Mr. Jones, you may proceed, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I haven't heard any of it. I didn't listen to any of this. I have a feeling that he's going to start off real crazy, real strong. Like he's going to start off with something real wild. And if he doesn't, then great. But I just have this vibe that he's going to say something real out of pocket, real fast. I hope he doesn't, because this is his last moment to dig a little bit of doubt into, because they were just asked by the prosecution, you got any doubts? Do you have any? This is the defense's last chance to revive anything that they might have like forgotten before they go and deliberate, sort of like jog their memory. It's like, well, remember when someone said this? Like, let's not forget that. Like, hello, doubt is right there. Here we go. Like, here it is. This is their last chance to do that. And I feel like it's going to get crazy real fast. I feel like it's going to get crazy real fast.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Y'all know me, I'm James Owens, along with Tony Henderson and the girls. We're all from Milton. I think y'all figured that out, that we live in mountain town. Santa Rosa County is northwest Florida, close to Pensacola. and my buddy Kevin Beck, he's a full-time friend, he's from New Mexico. The defense team, is here, and we're here to represent Miss Sarah. And we feel confident that we're going to be able to show you why she's not dead. Okay? And I'm going to take my time. I've got some notes. I'm not the most organized person in the world. I've got some exhibits.
Is that too loud? It's hard because there's so much like background noise, but I want to hear him. If that's too loud, let me know.
We're going to show you, and then we got a couple of videos at the end. Okay, and we're going to try our best to help you make the right decision. Okay, but yeah, Milton's a small town.
Objection.
Overruled.
Three how small it is. 7 miles away is another small town called Pace. In between that is a Walmart. Very small town. We didn't know what to expect coming down to report on that. Judge, I'm allowed to.
I'll give you a little bit more for intro, but then we need to get into it.
I'm going to get into it. I wanted to say, it's a small town, good people. We've been down here 3 weeks. We didn't know what to expect. We've been surprised.
Objection. In power argument.
Mr. Owens, approach.
Just get into it. He's trying to play the give me some grace. We're friends. We've been hanging out for 2 weeks, you know? Give me some grace. We jumped on, we jumped on. Right? We took a shot in the dark. Even though the room was filled with sunlight and you saw exactly all of the things. You didn't there just do your closing arguments. Did I not say he was gonna start with something crazy? Like, to me, you haven't even started your closing arguments and you're already having a sidebar about what you're saying to the jury. All buddy real close, right? It all matters. How far away they're standing, how they're standing. Are they leaning in? Are they making eye contact? It all matters. It all matters. He's trying to build rapport with the jury because he realized real fast that he doesn't have that. He does not have rapport with the jury. He just has time wasted and wild things said. I knew it. I knew it. I done knew it. Like, let's...
All I wanted to say is just since we've been here, we've been treated with respect and hospitality, and just like we've been at home. We appreciate that. Now, I'm going to do some reading, and then I'm going to do some talking. But ultimately, this is about justifiable use of force. That is a legal defense in Florida. We as citizens, the law is designed to protect us from defending ourselves, to protect us from potential attack. And you are the only ones, in this case, because Sarah Boone was arrested, that's going to be able to look at it critically and objectively. Objectively. I like the state attorney.
Objection. In power argument.
Overruled.
Objectively. And the law in Florida gives y'all the power and authority to do that. The state attorney can't make the decision. They can't make the decision. They can try to influence you. And we're going to talk about some of the things they did here in this trial. And some of the things they said.
Just imagine if Sarah Boone had to represent herself. Just imagine if she went to trial representing herself. It is. But the law is the law and the process is the process, unfortunately for some.
Objection.
Yes.
Oh my God. I'm glad we didn't skip closing arguments because this is crazy. I wish I could read lips. I wish I could. Wow. Okay. Can we get back to it? I would have loved to watch that. Oh yeah, I heard someone say the judge couldn't actually take away her right to legal counsel and would have been fertile grounds for mistrial or something. Okay. Yes. But he did take away her right. Okay? So not he didn't take away her right to count, like he didn't remove all right to counsel. He finally stepped in after 6 or 7 lawyers, groups of lawyers who she fired and said you no longer have the right to appointed counsel from the state. You no longer have a like what do they call them, like a defense attorney from the state, like a district defender, right? You no longer have that right. You have fired all of them. We have no more to give you. A public defender, we have no more. So he said, yeah, you now have to represent herself, and she went to hearings by herself, and she spoke in hearings by herself, which was wild and did not go well. And so these lawyers are doing this pro bono. They stepped in. They said, they called her and said, we'll represent you pro bono, right? Because she's like, I'm not paying anybody. I'm not, no one wants to work with me. And so these lawyers stepped in. So he did technically take away her right to counsel, but to public defenders. So state appointed defense team, because she fired all of them. There was like no more. They're like, we can't do this. Like, we can't pay these people to be your defense for 3, 6, 7 months, and then you fire them, and then we have to start the process over again, and then you fire them, we have to start the process over again, because that's what happens. We fire them, we have to start the process over again, and that's why it's taken 4 years just to get to trial, because she kept firing everybody. She kept firing everybody. And then once she got these lawyers, because the judge said, we're not moving the date. This is the date for trial. We are not pushing it back anymore. We have pushed it back 4 years, right? So they're like, we're not doing this anymore. And so finally, these lawyers stepped on, and then all of the previous attorneys that defended Sarah Boone and did work for her on the trial, they found these expert witnesses, they did all this research, they did all these depositions, they did all of this, they did all this work. They're like, we want our money, right? Because they weren't getting paid because they never made it to trial, or even to they never made it to like a final like finality of this entire case, because they kept getting fired. Like, we want our money. So the state still had to pay out. It was a fight. Like, it was a battle. It was a battle of all these lawyers, like, just attacking Judge Kranick, who are like, we still did work. We would like to be paid for it. Like, just because we're not representing her in trial, and she hasn't like settled or anything, like she didn't take the plea deal. It's wild. So yeah. So if she is found guilty, is Judge Kranick removing the right to public defenders, like public counsel, like publicly appointed counsel, going to be a landing page essentially for what do they call it when you are found guilty and then you appeals? Oh my god, my brain farted. For an appeal. Maybe. Is it going to work? Maybe not. Maybe. There's so much history and years of history there between lawyers and all the things that they filed and all the things. And Sarah, like, everything that they filed is not going anywhere. So are they going to say, well, I was found guilty because I didn't have good lawyers, because my lawyers were only on the case for 30 so days before trial started, because the judge removed my right for public defender? The appeals court is going to be like, that's interesting. Let me take a look into it. And then they're going to go back to the beginning of the case, and they're going to see fired, 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 fired. They're going to go, oh, what? So who knows if it's going to work, if it's going to help. But yeah, Yeah, she went to hearings and she represented herself in some of the hearings in between her last set of lawyers and this set of lawyers, and it was really bad. It's wild. This whole thing is just absolutely absurd.
I think you will find from considering the evidence in this case that there is no doubt that Sarah Boone is a victim. That Sarah Boone
Is a victim? From who?
That Sarah Boone is still traumatized. And the reason for the trauma is George Torres. The reason for the trauma is George Torres.
For your psychologist.
The positive things about the man that we've seen on video to the positive things Sarah Boone is testifying about, to the violent monster he becomes. And I mean monster, because it was repeatedly. And what happens the next day? Man, I don't remember.
What? Oh my god.
I don't remember. That's the gaslighting.
What? We saw none of that. We saw none of that.
Woman.
Ooh, I'm gonna get angry.
Just starving for love, starving for attention, and seeing the good in the man. And it was good. But
you got one thing right, sir. She was starving for attention. Absolutely just malnourished for more attention. She was going to simply just fade away because she had no attention whatsoever. She wanted more. She wanted more. She needed more. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Mr. Owens, what are you saying? I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows at this point. He doesn't know what he's saying. This is crazy.
Every day was on the balance. She measured every day, depending on how it started and then how it ended. And that's the way she had to live her life.
Hold on. I'm pausing. I'm pausing so for the internet to get better. Oh my God. Okay, let me just wait till the internet gets better. I don't know why he's doing that to me. Okay, here we go.
And day out. Day in and day out. Dr. Harper and Dr. Brandon talked about trauma. Dr. Harper,
I have to pee too, but I'm not going.
Spoke of the veterans that she had treated for post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know if you remember her testimony.
We remember.
She spoke about some of the veterans that had been in the war in Iraq, and people in war a lot of times get post-traumatic stress. It used to be called shell shock and other things. But people in wartime, or police officers will get post-traumatic stress. And a lot of them come in, the males come in with this bravado, I'm all right. I'm all right. And so that's what Dr. Harper was talking about, the veterans, that's what they'll do.
Sarah was neither a vet nor a police officer. It did seem like she wanted to blow some police officers, but not in a way that a vet blew anything up. What are we doing here? What are we doing here, Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens.
But you got to spend time with them. It just can't be one session. And you've got to run post-traumatic stress testing, which tells whether they really have post-traumatic stress. And we all probably have experienced some trauma. All of us have lost some loved ones. And it's awful. You're in shock.
Yeah. And I'm not going out and beating anybody.
You can't believe it. It's disbelief. You don't sleep for days.
I mean, I might like squeeze someone's hand too hard accidentally, but like
life has to go on. Life has to go on. You go back to work.
There's never like if you're like holding someone's hand, like I might not realize I'm okay. No, because this makes me so mad. Like if I'm like holding someone's hand, I might like be squeezing a little too hard if my brain sort of like shifts, but that's not because I'm beating anybody. I just lost my best friend. a couple of weeks ago, and there's not an ounce of me that would want to put anyone else through that. I would not want to do what has happened to me to others. That's the last thing I would want. And trauma, very traumatic experience. And there's nothing that would make me want someone to feel that, even though it's inevitable. Almost everyone is going to feel that at some point in their life. I wish it on no one. That's not it. That's not good enough. That's not a good enough excuse. That's not enough for a normal person to say, well, she was beat, so she beats. But she was beat, so now she don't know how to act right. There was trauma, so now she crazy. Okay, but even crazy people don't kill people. Like, you can be crazy. I grew up in a place where there was a lot of crazy people, right? There was a lot of crazy people. But crazy people don't kill people. Murderers kill people. This is a murderer. She allowed Jorge to stop breathing, to suffer for like 12 hours. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think he's just going to piss the jury off more.
Right? These veterans that come back from a deployment, they get back, they get some semblance of normalcy. They may or may not get some treatment, but time helps. Time heals. Everybody, it helps.
Just so crazy.
Overcoming a divorce, overcoming a death, whatever trauma. Sarah Boone had no break. No break.
She chose not to have a break.
Just giving up. Just giving up. I can't get out of the situation. They broke up. She go about 2 days. Texting and calling. Just learned helplessness. And it's,
She took him off the lease and she ripped up his birth certificate. That doesn't seem helpless to me. She was helpful enough to go to the leasing office and take him off of the lease for their condo. That does not seem helpless to me.
in the manual. That spouse syndrome is not, but what did you hear Dr. Harper say? She suffers from post-traumatic stress. That is a mental disorder. You are actually undergoing the psychological effects of post-traumatic stress. You're not in your right mind. And it's repeating itself. It's repeating itself again and again, day in and day out. And when you look at this law, that's
I'm like, I'm stewing.
Someone in Sarah Boone's shoes when you're deciding whether her conduct was reasonable. Got a bunch of notes.
Of course you do, but they're not going to help.
Or go on. You're at a bar, you got your buddies, and the other guys got their buddies, and they're drinking.
I can't listen to this whole thing because I will absolutely explode. But we can skip, like, we'll kind of chip chop through it. We all know he was gonna come out here and say some crazy shit, right? That was that's the only thing he can do is to just say the most crazy shit ever. That's all that he can do. That's the only option. That's the only option after the prosecution laid down with those text messages and those videos. That is the only option that he has, is to just spew, is to just confuse, is just to like pull up anger. And like, he is looking at these jurors' faces, and if I was a juror, I would be looking at him like, you have got to be shitting me. There's no way in hell you think I'm going to sit here and be okay with listening to you say that, oh, because she had PTSD, she was a victim, but Jorge is dead. I'm getting heated.
It ends up being an argument between two of them and you realize that these two are fixing to get in it, well, one of your buddies comes around on the other side and grabs the guy before he's able to strike, right? So you're committing an offense on this guy, but it's a restraint. It's a restraint. You grab him by the neck and try to get him out. Walk. So yeah, you're committing an act, but it's designed to defend another, which is legal. Or let's say you have a situation where you have a police officer and he's on patrol.
Sorry, the internet is so mad at me. Oh my god. I need to get a thing where I can just plug in. But what they don't do is make laptops with an Ethernet port anymore. Because God forbid. God forbid. All right, we're back.
You know, he's in uniform, he's wearing a firearm, and of course he's got the bulletproof vest. And he goes to a call where there's a suspect that may be armed. And so he gets there, he gets out of the squad car, he's walking around, of course he's taking out his gun because he realizes he may be armed. And eventually he sees the suspect, and the suspect reaches for his waist. Now, in that moment in time, that officer has to make a decision.
Shut up. Shut up. Mr. Owens, shut up. There's no way we are here. How did we get here? There is no way we are going to stand. You're going to stand there and compare the level of anxiety and stress and immediate reaction time to a police officer in a standoff to Sarah Boone leaving Jorge in a suitcase while she goes to bed. There's no way. There's literally no way. I'm gonna scream. I am going to actively scream so loud. There is absolutely no way. You are demeaning, and I am ACAB. You are demeaning all police officers. You are demeaning all veterans. You are demeaning all people who have true and suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. How dare you? How dare you? I know this is your job, but I'm mad at you. I hate you so much right now. I know this is your job. But for someone who loves justice so much, how dare you? I cannot even imagine what the jury is thinking right now as this grown to this age man is sitting there and telling me and giving me metaphor after metaphor, comparison after comparison of, see, that's exactly what Sarah did. That's exactly what she did. You know, like, it was in that moment that she had to decide for her own life and safety. There was no threat, right? But and still, in my opinion, and I've talked about this a lot, that does not negate the future idea, like the future thought that there will be a threat if she unzips the suitcase. But at this very moment, there was no threat. Oh, I'm gonna scream. No.
Am I going home with my family tonight?
Jorge's not.
And I asked.
Jorge's not.
Dr. Werner about this Maslin thing, he's called fear response or fight or flight. You know, those decisions are made, it's instinctive, based on your circumstances. She instinctively reacted to her unique set of circumstances to save her life or save herself from another one of these.
She instinctively reacted by recording at least 2 videos where she was mocking the man who was zipped up. Oh my God. She was mocking the man who was zipped up in the suitcase that she had previously lifted up, swirled around, and dropped.
I'm 63. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that. Her father's not around.
I'm broken. This is breaking my brain. This is breaking my brain.
I need to talk about the case with her.
Oh, no, you're not going to talk about the kid. Nope. No, I can't. What you're not going to do is bring her child that she shares custody. Well, she lost that the moment she got arrested for murder. She lost that custody for sure. And by for sure, I mean, because there's literally no way, because she's been held in jail, this whole time. So, what you're not going to do is bring this child into it for it to have any importance, because it clearly did not. Her child did not bring any change or necessity for change, or oh my god, there's this little tiny dog walking by and it literally like can't walk, it's so small. Her child, her having a child, her living in a house that her child does not live in 24/7 did not make her a better person. Her having a child did not make her a better person. She smoked inside the house, not good for a child. Not good for a child. She continued to drink. Not good for a child. I'm just saying, it's not good to raise your kids when you are drunk a lot. You know, having a drink is not a problem. But when you are drunk a lot, it's not good. It's not a good idea. And that's just my opinion, right? Someone else can have a different. If you don't have your kid, you can get as drunk as you want. Sure. But if you are an alcoholic, how are you going to act when you are not drunk? When you want to be drunk, but you have your child, right? So there's all these things. There's all these things. And here's another thing. You have a child that you share custody with, your ex-husband, who lives, I don't know, 2 minutes away, and you are now living with a man that you claim to be your abuser, right? Right? Okay. So how do you think the ex-husband feels when that child that belongs to you and him has to live in the house with your abuser? Because custody is no, what we're not going to do is bring this child into it, because you are just going to piss me off and I am the jury. And it's what we're not going to do. It did not make her a better person. She was not better because of it.
Throw whoever's the bad person in the suitcase downstairs.
Oh my God. My manager just said just to throw her in a suitcase and throw her down the stairs, which is crazy. Wild. No, I just can't. he just walks away. He's like, we love chaos.
Only right to kill someone by putting someone in a suitcase.
That's fair. An eye for an eye, right?
The neighbors were coming around. There were 2 or 3 neighbors sitting around. He said, Sarah came out and stated it was an accident. Okay. Well, then.
Sorry for my rant, but
I needed Abraham Marino knew George Torres from Philly. Okay. They were friends. They would talk either at the complex, or if Marino went to Hall Ace Hardware or Ace Hardware, where it's called. The same attorney.
Sir.
Approach.
The fact that you could get away with that is so crazy to me. This man, Mr. Owens, you in your closing arguments walked over to your desk, pulled out your cellular device, and was going to read off something to the jury. And the prosecution said, no, you're not going to do that. Let's talk over here. He said, I have an objection to counsel reading from something that's not in evidence, because this is currently actively on your cell phone. And Sarah Boone's just sitting there just like, no.
I want to talk to you about the 2 boys that live right next door. You remember?
Oh my
Vincent,
God.
Vincent Battaglia and
We love a prepared king. Oh, we're skipping ahead. I can't.
Sarah said. Now, if you remember when you listen to my video, George is talking in a normal voice. It's not stressed. Of course, if you're talking, you can breathe. She had said she had some air. And of course, she doesn't realize the situation, that it's going to end the way it ends. So she has no appreciation of that. It's a canvas. So all she knows is an old canvas suitcase. And she's got some, the two zippers removed, or spread out a little bit. So she thinks he's not being serious. But eventually he gets angry. She gets angry, he gets angry. He says words to her, and then his hand starts to come out of the suitcase.
His fingers start to come out. She takes.
And I know everybody's got.
Oh, my tone would also change if the only other person in the room did not unzip the suitcase when I asked them to. One, I would not be in a suitcase. But two, if I was in a suitcase and the person who is in the room didn't unzip the suitcase, my tone too would change. If anything, she was worse because of it. Yes. Yes.
Cadence with their spouse or boyfriend, girlfriend, but you know what I'm talking about. We've got a way of talking to people. We've got a way, your wife, your husband, you know each other. You know, when they come in from work, what kind of mood they're in. Just by a couple of things, the way you just sense it, right? Well, especially somebody as hypervigilant as Sarah, and as hypervigilant as a battered spouse woman would realize that he can flip the switch anytime. When I get out of here, I'm going to end you. And he realizes he's getting out. He got his hand out.
She took zero responsibility for that child, and it seemed like she'd rather be drinking, rarely stuck to the custody agreement. Right. She had to be reminded, like her ex-husband had to call her, remind her to go pick up the damn kid. You know, like, what the hell are you doing that you can't remember and write down on a freaking calendar and put it in your phone that you never let go, that you have to go pick up your child and take care of him for the next 2 days? You know, like, there's no respect for the child whatsoever. And there's no respect for the jury by this lawyer whatsoever.
At that moment in time, in Sarah's mind, that's an imminent threat. So she's got a justifiable right to use force. What did she do? She went over there and grabbed it. She lifted it up. She tried to get his hand back in. Remember? She tried to get his hand to go back in. We go back in, so her son's back was 3 feet away. Where the police found it the next morning, same spot. No attempts to hide. No attempts to delete phone. No attempts to tamper with evidence. Nothing.
Just attempts to lie about the whole thing. It was an accident. I forgot. I went to sleep. Oh, I just passed out. I was so sleepy. Oh, I was so eepy. Oh my gosh. No attempts to delete anything off the phone because she doesn't know how. No attempts to hide the suitcase because she doesn't know how. That wasn't a part of her thought process. It was going to be, oh my God, it was going to be just like any other time she called the police. It was going to be just like any other time she called the police. Oh my gosh, he beats me. Where are my keys? Oh, does he have my keys? Did you get my keys for me? Oh, thank you so much, Police Officer Johnson. Oh my gosh, thank you. I'm just such a tiny little petite woman, and he's so mean to me, and he beats me all the time. That's what it was going to be. It was going to be, oh, can you guys help me? I think he's there, and maybe possibly also, I think also, and definitely he took my key, and I put it in the same spot all the time for the last 2.5 years, and he knows where my key is, and I never didn't move it because he wasn't supposed to take it, but he always comes back because you told him to. Oh, I just got really mad. I just got really mad. I hate this. I hate this.
She picks up the bat. She pokes him hard, trying to get him to stop.
Hard enough to bruise him.
He does, and you've seen the blunt force injuries and you saw some of the circular injuries where you can tell there's a poking. I think it's right around here. And she poked him several times. You remember the
Yep.
pathologist said, I think, maybe 5, 6, or 7 times. She poked him.
It's called hitting.
And he's got some scratches. I don't know if they'll let you look at it, but on the back of that suitcase, it's got some bars, some metal bars.
That's
that are
crazy to
inside
say.
the lining. There's some lining.
I don't know if they'll let you look at it
It's
though.
for support when you walk in.
Blaming the inability to defend Sarah properly on the prosecution, because I don't know if they'll let you look at it. I don't know if they'll let you look at this piece of evidence that backs up our story. Gross. Our chair keeps falling.
You heard what she said, that she was justified. That's uncontroverted testimony. Now, let's talk about
Sorry,
the jury instructions
Yuki.
just for a minute. And, I want to talk about reasonable doubt for a minute.
No, I don't want to talk about reasonable doubt.
Investigation by law enforcement. Now, she didn't know the law. She's not a lawyer. She gets up the next morning.
Have we addressed that issue there? That she went to bed with someone who she claims she hated, but she also loved, and she claims they were abusive to her, but she was also abusive to him. That she went to bed while he was still zipped up in a suitcase, screaming and begging, let me out, I can't breathe. Did we address that? Is it normal for you to be able to just kind of crawl into bed, play some Candy Crush, and then pass out? You know, is that normal for battered spouse syndrome? Knowing that there's a man literally actively dying. Because what did you think was going to happen? What do you think? You don't sleep. You don't stay in the same position when you sleep. And if you do for a little too long, you like roll over and you're like, oh, my hip, oh, my knee, oh, my back. Oh, I stayed in that one position for too long. What do you think is going to happen with someone curled up in the fetal position, zipped up, unable to move their body while you go take a snooze? A full night's rest? That doesn't seem like someone who was fearful that just moments ago she was going to die, right? Like I fear death. I fear violence, right? I'm just going to go to bed. I'm going to go do my nighttime routine. I'm going to go wash my face, brush my teeth, hop on in bed, snuggle on down. That doesn't seem like someone who.
Brian's calling.
But what do I know?
Sarah's
I'm not a lawyer.
Brian's calling. Eventually she walks down. She's looking for George. Where's George? He's quiet down there. Then she looks in the bathroom. She looks out.
All right,
let's
listen to the end.
Some good days, some, you know. But the homicide detectives, I know if you saw that 2-hour video, at some point in the 2-hour video, they started talking about some of the violence. And they go, we know. They had already checked with neighbors or whoever. They knew. The neighbors knew. Police officers knew who responded. Towards his family knew. They all knew about the abuse. Dr. Harper testified that abused women act differently when they perceive a threat. I think Sarah Boone was loyal to her fault to George, even through all the abuse. Judge, I want to make a comment about a couple of things that were said by the prosecutor in the opening statement.
You may proceed.
Okay. The prosecutor in the opening statement, when he was talking about George Torres passing away, he started talking about Sarah Boone. And his quote was, because I wrote it down, George, in Sarah Boone's mind, George Torres deserved it. George Torres deserved it. That's the position they take.
Okay. She basically said it. She basically said that, you know, this is what you do to me. So, also very powerful words the prosecutor said in his closing statements. Why would you you dingus. Why would you then repeat it multiple times to the jury? Because they just sat through you rambling, and then they hear Sarah said George deserved it. And it's like, oh right. Yeah. She did basically say that in so many different ways. Yeah. All right. Okay, cool. Got it. Idiot.
He deserved to die. She loved the man. She went to try to kill him.
She did not love him. She doesn't know what love is. Do you want to know who love is? It's not what Sarah and Jorge had together. That's not love. That's not love. That's like a cult run by one person with like two members underneath, you know?
He also commented about
Yes.
he was willing to violate a court order to maintain control.
What? No, you did not, my guy. Oh, my guy. He was willing to violate a court order so he could maintain control. All right, so we gotta, yeah. So then the prosecution comes back out and has their rebuttal. Because that's enough. That's enough of that. That's enough.
Why you should disregard every bit of her testimony, from court to the detectives, to the 911 operator, to the doctors. Her testimony, if it is to be believed, the most favorable light that she has presented of herself, is that at the end of a Sunday fun day, where we are drinking, we're outside by the dartboard, we're doing puzzles, we're doing arts and crafts, and there finally comes a point in time where we're gonna play hide and seek. And he says, tag, you're it. Even though she's it, she goes,
We've been over it. Someone saying tag, you're it. To 99.999% of the entire world does not mean we are now starting to play hide and seek.
goes upstairs, hides in the shower, eventually gets tired of being there, it's cold, so on and so forth, and she comes back downstairs. And as she comes back downstairs, she can see Mr. Torres fiddling to place himself inside the suitcase to try and hide for this game. And the lid is not closed, it's flapping. And out of jest, out of levity, undisputed according to her testimony, she comes over there and zips it shut. Whether it's 100% or enough for 2 fingers to get out, that is something that you decide as the jury. But there came a point in time where the fun and games was over. And Mr. Torres told her that. Babe,
Yeah.
I can't breathe. Sarah, babe, let me out. This is all on video. We don't have to imagine this. This is all on video. 1062. At that point in time, she is using force against him that is not justified. She is the initial provocateur. She is the aggressor under the law. And what level of force is it? I can't breathe. Not let go of my hand, not get your hands off.
I just want to make mention that this attorney's tie, his whole outfit is fantastic. Like the colors, I love his tie. Immaculate. Look at this tie. It's iconic. That's so good. Okay,
I can't breathe.
Yeah.
This is no different than 2 people, maybe they're buddies at the bar, similar to an example was given by Mr. Owen, who are wrestling, and one has another one in a headlock. And there comes a point in time where the person on the receiving end of the headlock says, that's enough, I'm tapping. George Torres was tapping, and she ignored it. And she was kind enough to tell you why.
That is a great metaphor. He turned that around so beautifully. That was fantastic. That was well done. I think the jury is really going to appreciate that. He's like, yeah, you could choke somebody out for sure. Absolutely. In defense. But like someone's tapping out. George Torres was tapping out by begging for air, by begging to be let out of the suitcase. I don't know, like, if someone's watching this, like, in one of our stores or something. So, with the volume up. So I try really hard not to drop really bad words. Boom, boom, gorgeous, boom. All right, I love this attorney. I've liked throughout this entire trial. He's gonna talk some more and get some more booms. And
just things in passing that have been said and observed. It's a very expensive defense. That's my concern. I don't want her to be able to raise any arguments that, well, I would have pled if I had a conflict with any lawyer who did not want it to go to trial for his or her own reasons.
Okay. Mr. Owens, is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of in camera?
No, sir. And
Mr. Henderson, same question to you, sir. Is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of in camera or otherwise?
No, sir.
Mr. Beck, same question for you. Is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of, be it here or in camera?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Judge, if you need to inquire from my client about whether or not she wanted to enter a plea or whether she wanted to go to trial, but, we made it clear that it was her decision, not my decision to go to trial because I'm trying to gain some publicity or money or book deal or whatever. But that was her decision. There was some strong conversations we had about what was on the table. And Ms. Boone, as she has a right to, wanted to try.
Mr. Henderson and Mr. Beck, would you agree with Mr. Owens' recitation as to none of the financial issues being book deals or anything on the table at this point in time?
Judge? Yes, because I definitely don't know about it. Because I'm sure.
Mr. Beck, anything to add, sir?
Only, Your Honor, I believe it's the certified privilege information, but there are no concerns about how many.
I colloquied Mr. Owens, your client, before we picked a jury as to the offer in this case and whether or not she was ready and wanted to proceed to trial. And she had affirmed at that point in time that's what she wanted to do. So I see no reason to inquire of that further. State, is there anything else we need to address? Defense, anything else?
Yes.
All right, please give your cell phone numbers to Madam Clerk. We will be on verdict watch. And I thank you all for your hard work in this case. We're off the record.
Okay, so at this point in time, the trial is over. It has been handed over to the jury. They were just discussing after the jury left some possibilities of issues because this was a big case and all of that. So let me get this. Oh, I never rolled the intro. Why do I always forget? And let's do it now as I pull this up. Why do I always forget? I don't know why I always forget. It makes me sad. It's so good. Never too late. It's never too late. Okay, great. We got that rolling, which was great. Give me a minute to pull this up, which was good. This is, I believe, Court TV. We were watching from Law and Crime, but it's hard after it like being live. This is how we will listen to it. It is not a full situation. There's a lot of talking afterwards. So we will be listening to the verdict. So the case was handed to the jury and the court said, go figure this out. Right. They ended the day and they are on verdict watch, which means don't go very far until we send the jury home because they could come back with a verdict anytime soon. Or they could start again tomorrow. Everyone goes home. They come back in the morning. They sit inside the courtroom. They say, hello, did everyone do all the things that I've told you to do the entire time? Yes. Great. Go continue to deliberate. If you have any questions, let us know. It took about an hour and then the alerts went off. I remember I got home and I was like, all right, so this trial is over. I'm really excited to see the verdict. And I literally looked down at my phone and an alert came in. I was like, oh my gosh, verdict is happening. It took about an hour, about an hour after the jury was handed the case to come back to the judge and say, we're good. We're done. So let's get into it. So the jury just came back into the room. I will wait until my internet comes back good. So the jury sat and chatted. They filled out the paperwork. They're coming back into the room to let the world know what the verdict is on Sarah Boone. Is she a murderer or will she walk free? Very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, to be a juror on one of these high profile cases.
25th day of October 2024. The form has been signed by the
Right. Right. 1 hour. They were not confused at all. They were not confused at all at one point. They probably were like, let's get some snacks. Let's take a quick little vote. Like everyone, they probably did a little bathroom break, probably went out, did all the things that they needed to do. And they're like, all right, let's take it just a quick kind of like touch the water, put your toe and touch the water. Oh my God. Test the water and see like how we're all feeling. And if they all came basically to the same conclusion, it was like, say less, boo, say less. So they're like, let's just fill out the paperwork, finish dinner, and call it a night.
by the full person.
Madam Clerk, please poll our jury.
Juror seat number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone.
I understand that you've come to a verdict in this case.
Okay, here we go.
If you could please hand the verdict form to the deputy, please. Thank you, sir.
It's a very short process. There's not a lot of things
Madam Clerk, if you could
to
please
go over
publish the
on the
verdict.
jury form.
In the Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit in Orange County, Florida, case number 2020 CF 2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 25th day of October 2024. The form has been signed by the full person.
Madam Clerk, please poll our jury.
Juror seat number 1.
So now we're getting a jury poll, which is something that we did not see in Karen Reed because they don't typically do it. That's a long story. So one charge, one count, guilty.
Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 2, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 3, is this your true
Yes,
and
it
correct
is.
verdict? Juror seat number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 5, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Members of our jury, again, I want to thank you for your time, your sacrifice, and your attention in this matter. I know that we spent almost 2 weeks together and it was not taken lightly, and I really appreciate the time and the effort and the sacrifice that you put into this case. I want to advise you now of your final instruction. Members, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and your consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult. The jury, again, I thank.
Okay, we're not going to watch this. Oh, air up. What even is that? Okay, guilty. That's the verdict. That's the verdict. She was found guilty, right? So what is not fun or cool or anything like that is I mean for us, like obviously it's just how it is. But what does not happen on the same day as a verdict is the sentencing. So the sentencing happens on a different day. Typically like well, geez, Alec Murdaugh was sentenced the next day. So anywhere from the next day to a couple of months later, sentencing happens, and that gives a well-deserved guilty. Yeah, a well-deserved guilty. Like the fact that there could have been anyone out there who thought that she wasn't guilty gives me they give me the ick, which is like, I hate saying that, but it's like, of course she willingly walked away from a man who was zipped up inside of a suitcase. That is someone who is not someone. I would not say that she was not in the right state of mind. I think that she was too much in the right state of mind, in her right state of mind, to realize what she was doing. Like she knew exactly what she was doing, and she was very much guilty. Then comes the sentencing. So I believe, let me just take a quick little gander here. It's looking like she is cuffed. Yep, she is shackled. Okay, so let's take a look at this little snippet here. She is shackled. You can see some shackles there and there because she has been found guilty of second-degree murder in the state of Florida. And she is in her prison garb, and she is still looking through her papers like she has any power. She does not have any power anymore. You lost that. We are going to I'm just trying to hear what she's saying. I can't hear what she's saying. She does not look well. She does not look happy. Judge Crane, I'm just kind of skipping through. I think there is going to be, it usually is before sentencing, just sort of last moments with the judge, some victim impact statements. The juiciest part is she declined to take the plea deal because she was so confident. Yes. For someone who is currently on like their 7th or 8th attorney for one singular event, and then to not take the plea deal because of your level of confidence, you are delusional. 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 There's delusions.
State.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table. Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand, Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Ma'am, can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
We are here for a sentencing. The jury returned a verdict on October 25, finding you, Ms. Boone, guilty of murder in the second degree. We were running a little bit late this afternoon. I apologize for that. I was in court all morning and took the opportunity to review all of your submittals from earlier this morning, Mr. Owens, including the victim or the character statements, the psychological evaluation by Dr. Harper, the motion for downward departure, the motion for new trial, and the state's response to same. Before we proceed with any sentencing in this matter, the court needs to address the defendant's motion for new trial and the state's response to the defendant's motion for new trial. Anything in addition you'd like to argue at this time, Mr. Owens, over and above what is contained in your motion, sir?
No, sir.
State.
No, sir.
All right. After reviewing the motion and the state's response to same, the defendant's motion for a new trial is denied. Based on the court's review of the record, the court's participation in the trial, and review of all the evidence, and the court's prior findings and rulings at trial and prior thereto. With that, I believe that we're prepared to proceed with sentencing at this time. The court has reviewed the pre-sentencing investigation prepared by the Department of Corrections.
Last ditch effort. Motion for new trial. Last ditch effort. Knowing damn well it was going to be denied. Prosecution knew damn well it was going to be denied. Just throwing shit at the wall. See what sticks.
Are there any housekeeping matters that we need to address, Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore, before we proceed?
Not from the state.
Are there any housekeeping matters from your side of the ledger, sir, that we need to address, Mr. Owens?
Judge, I do have 4 lay witnesses that are going to testify. Dr. Harper is going to testify. Of course, my client's going to testify. But one of the 4 lay witnesses will also appear by Zoom. She lives up in Minnesota. I don't know if that's allowed.
We don't have an objection to that. One of our witnesses will be providing an impact statement. We'd also like to appear, of course, virtual link as well.
So stipulate. If you need it, just let Anita know, and I can submit. I can have her email it to you right now. The link.
We do have the link. She's waiting to get on, I guess.
Who might it be, sir? Several people.
It should be Lana Albert.
She is here, sir. She's in the. She's viewing. Her camera's off, and she's microphone is muted, but she's in the lobby. All right, with that, state, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to take an impact statement from, I believe, Anna Torres, if you would be appearing virtually.
Of course he does.
I see several guests, but I do not see a Anna Torres in.
I am not going to listen to the victim impact statements, not because they have no weight in this trial. They have all the weight. I am on a time crunch. I think everyone should listen to these victim impact statements from the prosecution side. Maybe not so much from the defense side. But listening to how people have been impacted, a victim impact statement, by their loved one being taken away from them in many situations is very, very good. It's hard. It's difficult. It's emotional. It's draining. It can really bring things back up inside of you. but it is a fantastic reminder, especially at the end of a trial, that everyone here is a human. They all suffer, they all feel, they all bleed if you cut them. It's a really beautiful reminder to sort of continue to humble yourself within the process. It's absolutely fantastic to hear from Jorge's family, who we haven't heard anything. I think there was one like close friend. Yes, absolutely, absolutely listen to them. The only reason I'm not going to play it right now, it's really touching. Um, and the way Jorge passed was so disturbing. Um, it really is super important to that like your own my own I won't speak for anyone, my own like emotional development is to continue to develop empathy, like to learn and like to harness the power to empathize and sympathize with people. And you can't always do both. You can sometimes do one or the other. But hearing the stories, it really brings like some humility to um going through all of this, because none of this is like going through a trial. There's nothing fun about it. We're able to sit on the other side of the country, on the other side of the room, on the other side of the year, you know going through this entire process, um and like learning and experiencing and listening and this and that. But there's family members who are experiencing this process in a completely different way. It's really important. I unfortunately am on a bit of a time crunch, so we're just going to skip ahead to the sentencing. But definitely go watch. It's right, Law and Crime has it. It's just called Sentencing Suitcase Murder Trial. They have their own video for it, and everything. A lot of tears, a lot of emotion, a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety. Um,
Character. However, the scales are the balance. As it says in Psalm 85.
Charged, well, she was both of them charged at one time. I think she.
I have.
okay.
I believe you said it at the very beginning that I had submitted several letters on behalf of Ms. Boone, and she didn't hear that, but I wanted her to be made aware.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't actually read those letters into the record, but you did read them.
I have reviewed them. They're in my binder here. How many do I have? Yes. Give me a second. I can tell you. I have. I have 6 handwritten letters. First one is 1 page. Second one is 2 pages. Third one is 1 page. Fourth one is 2 pages. Fifth one is 2 pages. Sixth one is 2 pages. I have a typed letter from Diane Smith, the assistant chaplain. I have another typed letter from a Nicole Ray, a typed letter from a Stephanie L, a typed letter from Philip Paulson, an email from Lena Albert, 2 pages in length, and a 2-page email from a Danielle. Ms. Boone, you can be seated. You've been previously sworn.
So this is an interesting moment. We get to hear from the defendant, who has been found guilty by a jury of her peers. She refused. She denied. She said, no, thank you. She passed it right along. A plea deal, I think it was 15 years. So this is what we're here. Look at her struggle with the microphone. Oh my God. She makes this hurt.
May inquire, sir.
Sarah Boone.
Now, this is unlike a trial, so you're allowed to speak in a narrative form, as well as I understand you have taken some notes or written a letter that you want to read from, and then you want to speak to the court after that.
Yes.
Why don't you go ahead and get started?
This is actually an edited version of. I had a lot to say. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and I didn't really know how to put it on paper. And I didn't know how much I could say or how little I should say. So what I have here is, like I said, an edited version. But I would like to read the more important parts that I feel that everyone should know that wasn't said in my actual trial. And on top of what I have on paper, I have.
Well, I hate this already. I fear I fear. Yes, she was so mad he went up and interrupted her. She was like, "I am getting into my flow. What do you mean?" Um, yeah, she's pissed. But you know what? She can be pissed all you want. Be pissed all you want. If you unzip that suitcase, who knows? Who knows? You probably wouldn't be here. Wow, she's mad. She's pissed, and I don't care. I don't care, right? Like I don't care about I don't care what you have to say. Don't care. Don't care. And it's not that I don't have any interest in what she's about to say. I'm very interested in what she's going to say, but it means nothing unless it is a direct, legitimate, real, heartfelt apology to Jorge Torres's friends and family.
This is just the tip of the tip of the tip of the
But
iceberg.
it's not. It's
So
not
I
going to
wanted to
be
read
that.
this, and then if I may, I would like to address everyone in my apology on top of my statement.
You may proceed, ma'am.
Kintu sukuroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is a part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kintu sukuroi.
Oh, hell no. 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 She is still playing I am a victim. I am a victim. I have been torn apart and broken all of these years, my whole life. I am a victim, but I shall overcome and become new. And oh, no, no, Sarah Boone, you're a murderer.
Sukuroi. In my wisdom and with all of my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives.
Holy shit. She said, F your apology, bro. I ain't sorry for nothing. I ain't sorry for nothing. I ain't sorry for nothing.
Detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, forced into being pro se. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable.
Everyone was against me forever from the beginning. They were out to get me. Everyone, from the lawyers to the judge to the cops to the internet to the court clerks, they were all out to get me.
Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion to be set free from sorrow. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache, irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice. It doesn't matter. As the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you've become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiven. And when you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward. My goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed.
Did you see her look up? Did you see her look up as she said George Torres and looked up and looked at his family?
You heal. And when you heal, you move forward. My goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day, for ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together, for wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over and over, for breaking or removing the locks from all of the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred space of my son's room where he beat me bloody on his bed, for terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe, telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated
For coming back every time I invited him to.
dead body in the pond or scrape their remains off of the pavement, for kicking them off of the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me, for threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all of the bones in my face, like his brother Moses did to him after he kept seeing all of the bruises from George beating me, like all of the times their father beat their mother, for all of the drunken rages and fist fights with so many.
If she wasn't going to prison, this is a great way to get your ass beat. Like if she if she wasn't actively going to prison, like I don't know if there's anyone who like is a family member or loved one of George Torres that she's gonna be like in the same prison with. But like if she was like going out the hammer mouth. I can't find it. Oh, that would have been ruining my entire day. If she was just like going to walk the streets or whatever, this is a great way to get your ass beat. Legitimately.
So many neighbors when wandering into their apartments during hunting expeditions after I had escaped, for drowning me in liquor and wine because I didn't want to drink, causing me to urinate on myself, then butting the end of the bottle in my face, giving me 2 black eyes and a bloody nose, for making me experience what it is to be sodomized, threatening to kill my friends and the neighbors when they checked on me to make sure I was alive and in one piece, for threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job, for holding me hostage on weekends. My son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck, my phone in his crotch, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as a warning not to ask anything or try to leave, for stabbing me in the leg and not letting me call 911 for an ambulance or seek help, where I nearly bled to death until I concocted a lie to save him from being arrested, for destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called.
But why did you I don't, there is no, where was all of that though? Like if this all was so true, if this all was so true, where was any of it? Your lawyers were that terrible that they couldn't use anything, any of this. They used a couple of things, the knife in the leg and they concocted
for me experiencing ever being arrested and after today, prison, for beating me almost blind, crushing my occipital lobe, for having me experience what it means to see stars like in the cartoons where a character has a tall lump on their head. I had that too, and many times, for dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night just to sit next to him, for taking my car driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car to take my son to school foremost, me to work, and he to his batterers intervention classes and probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him.
Forced to sit for hours in your own damn car with your own damn license. See, that's it. That's it. Because there's no one in the car, just drive away, right? And I get that if there was something, there's the fear, the expectation, all the things, but you're not you're not forced. If you're sitting in your car that's registered to you and you paid the bills and you put the gas in and it is your car and you are sitting alone in it in a parking lot, you're nobody there at that time. Like there is no force. So like I get that there are the forces around if you are a battered person in a very toxic relationship where there is the dynamic of someone is in control and someone is not in control. But all of the things that we have seen, you were in control. You were in control.
For causing me so much trauma and pain, mentally, physically, emotionally, I had to be hospitalized more than once. For destroying my reputation and integrity. For my M for murderer scarlet letter. Not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships. Simply go to the bathroom with the door closed. Or go to sleep soundly or comfortably. I forgive George for lying, for him trying in so many ways, so many times, to end me with his terrifying love. I also forgive the Torres family, his mother and father foremost, also his 2 ex-wives and daughters, all for knowing who George was, capable of, and has done in the past, his history of violence and where he learned it, then to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. All of his siblings, including Pharrell Torres, who is now on his...
Show me asking you for help.
Way to prison.
Show me you asking for help.
Inside of her head. For everyone who knew what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in bed at night the uneasy question, what could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the times Sarah tried to, by asking for help from all of us and so many times. Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain for my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. My family law case is the new prey waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me being made infamous by social media in my criminal case. It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward. Social media has made me a pariah. It has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced successful conclusion was heavily depleted and poisoned. I forgive them. Also, all of the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying so desperately to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment, ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' misfortunes, accidents, and catastrophes. It's all over their hands and their keyboards. And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed, in my case, still no one knows me. In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, and outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, for being...
Why did choosing your life have to mean George had to die? Because you just said you chose your life when you let George die in the suitcase, and you wish you'd done it sooner. So you wish you'd killed him sooner? That's not helping your case. That's not help. I mean, there's no helping your case. Your case is done. And Judge Kranick don't give a damn. He's not listening. I'm sure he's listening, but he doesn't care. Like, this is not changing anything.
For being hopeless, desperate,
He has his
simple-minded,
mind
weak,
made
and
up.
inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence and that the vicious cycle of never ends. I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home, and car. Having 20/20 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since. Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time. If not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me with so many times before. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster, and no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved him, hoped, and forgave. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside. George made me then, now, and always love him for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am.
Not the rec yard. Damn.
In all of it and still. When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters, apologizing for asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness. Please forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him. Seeing my step.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He did all of these bad things to me, which I don't know. Maybe he did. Not saying that. But in this very moment, he did all of these bad things to me, A to Z and back to A, right? And I chose my life. I had to choose my life. But y'all, are you gonna forgive me? Sorry. But I'm forgiven, right?
My stab wound, especially every day, especially. It truly reminds me that all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe because I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most.
You never loved
him. He is
him.
with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. I hope everyone can, his family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never. Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Kranick. To the entire planet, please forgive me. I graciously and humbly ask for consideration, for forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment, for reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse and ceaseless.
I am so sorry. I hate to be the bearer of really, really bad news. But it's literally just going to be judgment. There will be no forgiveness. Because one, our forgiveness means nothing. Strangers, it means nothing. You're not running for office or something. What are you talking about? Oh my God, please forgive me, all of the world. No, No, what we are going to do is probably continue to talk about you for a while because your antics are absolutely absurd. You would never, but you
Allow me
did.
please to brush off the muck, wipe the blood off of my
Exactly.
face, and fix the cuts in my
Exactly.
skin. I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long. For second chances, repentance, and redemption, to advocate for all domestic violence survivors, to help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always, to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and the inside, to help them not ever become a
I am so here for supporting, encouraging, uplifting every domestic violence survivor. I am so here for that. That means so much to me to say you are worthy. You are allowed safety, you are allowed comfort, you are allowed freedom, you are allowed to pursue careers and endeavors and creativities and do your crafts and do what makes you happy without having the burden of your partner or your family member or your child even, being bad to you in any way, shape, or form, like domestically being violent to you. I am so here for that, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not quite fitting the mold. You're not quite ticking all the boxes that are required for that, because what happened here, I'm not cool with. That's not it.
casualty of
That's
domestic
not
violence
it.
as so many others.
We're
To
not
stop the abuse
defending
and maltreatment
yourself.
before it's too late. There is always hope, and you can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this: would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died?
Oh,
How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor.
No, you
Learn to
survived.
do good, seek justice, rebuke oppressors,
Jorge
defend
did
the fatherless,
not.
plead for the widow. Isaiah 117, all-encompassing, protect the abused.
Ms. Boone, is that the end of your written statement?
Yes,
Now, gathering your thoughts, did you want to make an oral statement?
I do.
You just made an oral statement. You just did. You just did. You orally, A-U-R-A-L. Why is that giving me a thumbs up? You orally, A-U-R-A-L-L-Y, read your statement. That is your statement. That should be your statement. Your statement is, I did it. But only because he was like super mean to me and like did all these bad things. Like I said, I don't know if all those bad things are true or not. Jorge does not have a chance to say that they're not, because he is dead because you zipped him up in a suitcase. Ooh, okay.
Would you do
All
that
right.
now?
All right.
Yes, please.
All right. Let's
My verbal statement is primarily to the Torres family, to the judge, to his daughters. I know you all know who I really am and that I did care for George and that I do still love George. I know you know that we had very many good days. And I take offense to the statement of being said that this is just for a moment. And that I did care for George and that I do still love George. I know you know that we had very many good days. And I take offense to the statement of being said that this is just for a moment. Right
Please
now, with
shut
me
her
here in the
up.
courtroom in front of you all, this is just for a moment. But the moments before that, in order for me to be here, is endless.
You
It's
going to sleep
everlasting.
with a man in a
The
suitcase.
scars that I have on
Yes.
the inside, my outside scars have healed, except for my stab wound. But this has
Oh,
changed me as a
Jesus
person to see things differently and to understand things differently and to not be weak and
What?
just try to protect yourself. And forever, regardless of the time that I may receive from today, I forever will have this experience. I forever will have George Torres with me in my heart, in my mind,
Oh,
my body, and my soul,
no.
as he and I.
No, you literally just said, I'm not sorry for doing what I did. And you're going to forgive me, right? And now you're going to hold him in your heart for forever. Stop.
I used to say that we were one soul split into two bodies. This is
Who
not
like
just
to
for a
beat
moment.
up
It
each
may be
other.
for everyone in this courtroom, but when I leave, this is forever. When you all leave, that this is forever. This is forever for everyone here and those who it matters to most. I am one of those who will experience this forever.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
you will.
Words do not define my shame, and I don't know what else it is that I can say and convey
Okay,
to.
well then be done. Well then be done. We're gonna get ahead to the sentencing. We're done listening. We're done. She does not deserve any more of our time.
And the way that she was talking to him, what is he? So my thought was, obviously, they were both drinking. But what has he done to her? And I think it's telling about what she'd endured based on the courts, based on the thinks appropriate with some mercy as a lesser included offense.
The court has had the opportunity to review the evidence and testimony that was presented at trial. The victim impact statements presented here today, the statements of character witnesses, both orally and in writing.
Sentencing,
Dr.
here we
Harper's
go.
report and testimony, the defendant's testimony, pre-sentencing investigation, the arguments of the state and the arguments of the defense. Court pronounces sentence as follows. Ms. Boone, court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served that Madam Clerk will provide to you momentarily. There are also court costs and costs of prosecution, which Madam Clerk will give you the totals of momentarily, due to the court levying a life sentence.
Life sentence. Forever. She said it. This will what happens here will be for forever. For forever. For you forever in prison is what's happening. You are going to prison for forever. For forever. Because and to think that you sitting up there and being like, he did all these really bad things to me and I'm not, I feel no shame. I don't care. Like I did what I did. You know, like I did what I did. But you're gonna forgive me, right? Sweet. I don't really have anything else to say, right? You know, that's pretty much it. It's gonna be forever. All my wounds have healed, except the time that he stabbed me. My wounds haven't healed. My inside wounds haven't healed. All right, you're going to jail forever. Oh, you also like owe money. So whenever you make money or get like commissary, it's like gonna go to the court until you're fully paid off. So like you have no fun, no joy until all those court fees are paid off. Any money that comes to you. Oh, and by the way, you're not allowed to profit on your crimes when you are convicted. So, oh my God, that part was so cringe. Especially my stab wound. Like, we get it, girl. Damn, you know, like we get it. You had a knife inside your body. Well, guess what? George Torres was inside of a suitcase and he was begging for you to let him out and you did not. And then you decided to go play a little game on your phone, go to sleep, have a little couple text messages and wake up. Then after you woke up, you went downstairs and you're like, oh my God, he's still in the suitcase. I'm going to have a glass of wine. I'm going to call my ex-husband, wait a couple of like an hour or two, and then I'm going to call the police. So that is why you're going to jail for the rest of forever. And I love that he's like, oh, you have time served. But like, guess what? On life, it don't matter. Makes no difference.
Life sentence, the court is inclined to liquidate those to civil judgment unless I hear opposition from the state.
No opposition, Your Honor.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you could please give us the credit time served and the court cost, please.
4 years, 9 months, and 8 days, and the court costs are $418, state prosecution fee of $100, a jerk fee of $50, and a fee of so the total would be $618.
$618.
Ma'am, the court costs and costs of prosecution are $618. Those will be liquidated to a civil judgment. You will be given credit time served of 4 years, 9 months, and 8 days. You will have 30 days from today to appeal the judgment and sentence in writing. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you. I'm going to have the courtroom deputy provide you the paperwork. Because you've been incarcerated for the last 58 some odd months, the court is going to declare that you are indigent in this matter. I cannot appoint a public defender to represent you as they are conflicted out. Similarly, I cannot appoint the regional conflict counsel to represent you for the same reasons. The clerk will appoint an attorney from the conflict wheel who specializes in appellate litigation. And again, you'll have 30 days from today to appeal that judgment and sentence in writing. Do you have any questions for me? You will now be remanded into the custody of the Orange County Jail to transfer you to the Department of Corrections, and I wish you the best of luck. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything further? All right. Thank you all very much. Court's
And that's it. And that's it, folks. So she has from this date, which was, I don't even know. Let's see, this was 2 months ago. It doesn't give me like an exact, December 2nd. So she had 30 days from December 2nd. There's some holidays in there, so things might have got pushed a wee bit. She had 30 days to declare that she was going to be filing for an appeal, not to file for an appeal, but to declare that she was going to be filing an appeal for this case. There were goodbye, Sarah Boone. Bye bye. Was there issues when it came to let's see, it being January 2nd, middle of January, end of January, that Sarah Boone had then reached out to the court and said, hey, I haven't heard from my appellate lawyer. I would like to do that. And then the court clerk saying that there was no written statement that you or declaration that you were going to appeal, but like we had like a lawyer like all set up for you because they have to pull from, there are appellate lawyers and like trial lawyers. The pool for appellate lawyers is going to be different than the pool for the trial lawyers that she sort of ran through, and not in like a cool funny haha Urban Dictionary way, but like she went from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. So there were some issues there as well. So that's all kind of unfurling currently. Is she going to be able to appeal due to the declaration that she was going to appeal not actually being inside the court or like declared or existing at all, that it was not marked, it's not a thing. So that's a major issue that's happening right now. Is she going to run through I don't know why I'm saying that. She going to run through appellate attorneys like she did her public defenders? Probably. Sarah Boone is not one to change. She does not like change. She will not change. She sat up on that stand and said, just cover me in gold. Smack some gold on it. I don't know. I don't know what her metaphor was. It's not good. She deserves life in prison. She got life in prison. She could have had 15 years with time served. They aren't going to take crap like Mr. Owens did. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And so if in a like an appellate court, there's like such stricter rules and regulations that like lawyers have to like abide by, and like that does not fly. That type of crap, that type of garbage does not fly. It doesn't work. It's not going to work. She has no idea what she's up against. It's not going to work. She could have had 15 years with time served, which was over 4 years. So she very easily could have had like a 10 and a half years in prison and would have been free. And then she would have been able to write a book and make a little Hallmark movie or what have you, and not be indigent, which is you ain't got no money because you ain't got nothing, because you haven't worked for 4 years and you have nothing, you have no money, you're broke, you can't afford anything. So yeah, so that is Sarah Boone. She made it all the way through the trial without breaking or freaking out, which I think was pretty cool, which was good for her. Not cool is murdering someone, so go to jail. She pushed this for 4 years, and she got what she deserved. And we love a second degree murder verdict equating to life in prison. I love that. I love that. For sure. For sure, for sure. Do I have any questions before I go? Because I'm gonna head out. I got some Valentine's Day plans. We gotta get going too. I also have to I really have to pee. I might be streaming tomorrow. What do you guys want to do? What are we doing now? I'm not We might talk about some Binghamton stuff. What I'll probably be streaming. What's tomorrow? Saturday? We're also supposed to be getting like a lot of weather, and I don't know what's going on, but I might be streaming in the morning, just like at home or something. Um, I don't know. You guys let me know what you want to do. If you want to do a trial, if you want to go through some like body cam, if you want to go through like wild court moments, I think we should discuss Binghamton. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. It's not good. We could watch some videos together also. That could be good to kind of like watch all the videos. Yeah. Okay. I have to log into Facebook, I think then. All right, we'll figure that out for sure. Thanks for being here, y'all. Thanks for watching. That's so cool. That's so freaking cool of you. Oh my god. Okay. Happy Valentine's Day. Is this how you make heart? Is this the heart now? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Anywho, I'm old. Goodbye. I will see you probably tomorrow. Have a good Valentine's Day. Eat lots of chocolate. I already had like 2 little Twix, so I'm like, ugh, I'm kind of done. See ya. I need to work on that. Yeah, we're done for now. Happy Valentine's Day with Boone. Boone will be back for sure. Okay, bye.